and that is Bad Bunny. So I got up this morning and I watched it all without reading anything about it. I just thought, I want to watch this completely clean without anyone's view contaminating my brain cells. And I watched all 15 minutes of it. And I've watched every halftime show going back 30, 40 years. I thought as a piece of theater, it was the best I've seen. Just the most extraordinary kind of Broadway on steroids piece of theater. I also thought it wasn't remotely divisive politically in the end. His Grammys speech was, but his performance, I thought, was actually a lot of things which I would have thought people on the conservative right would applaud. It was about love. A couple actually.
His speech at the Grammys wasn't divisive. Shut the
She got married for real in the middle of it. He was preaching about unity, not just the United States of America, but the wider Americas. What was the problem, Megan?
A certain male gesture is coming to mind, but I'm not sure I can do it on this show. No, it wasn't about what he was actually going to do during the middle of the Super Bowl performance. It's about him. It's about him being chosen as the Super Bowl performer, somebody who's been an outspoken critic, of course, of the Trump administration and of America and our anti-immigrant policies. This is long before the current controversy over ICE. He doesn't want illegals deported from this country. Well, too bad, because the majority of Americans do want that.
Why is she so angry? America, and he don't want immigration. Well, of course, he is a person of Hispanic, even though Puerto Rico is a part of America. He doesn't like the way things are going. There's plenty of Americans. I'm sure that certain artists, any artist that goes there is probably not going to be pro. There's going to be this liberal thing that everybody wants to shout about. But no one's going to be pro seeing like people like kids and stuff like that carted off in the way that's being done. So I don't really get what she's talking about here. Let's go.
And are not shy about pushing for it. And that's why President Trump got elected. So he and his little buddies over at Green Day never miss a chance to bash the United States of America. He got selected because Jay-Z, for some reason, has got the choice over who performs at our Super Bowl.
And can I just say this? Because she is just tripping, pissed, how dare you choose this Hispanic person that doesn't like America? Jay-Z, you're going to hear her consistently just try to throw Jay-Z underneath the bus. Jay-Z chose him. Well, we do have a very large Latino population. And from what I heard, it was from probably one of the biggest and largest watched Super Bowl shows that there's ever been. I think records were broken last night. I don't watch football, so I didn't even know the Super Bowl was happening until I woke up and saw Bad Bunny everywhere and this halftime show just being blasted everywhere and people just tripping about it. Let's go.
Who's another problem? Don't even get me started on his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. Why is he choosing who's appropriate for American children to watch during our
I love how she said Jay-Z had a friendship with him and doesn't mention Donald Trump, who was his best friend for many years, for decades. That sounds very rich.
Sporting event. And I'm sorry, Piers, but to get up there and perform the whole show in Spanish is a middle finger to the rest of America. Who gives a damn that we have 40 million Spanish speakers in the United States? We have 310 million who don't speak a lick of Spanish. This is supposed to be
ma'am. His songs are in Spanish. What are you talking about? His songs are in Spanish. And he did have an American person get up there and sing in English as well. This whole halftime show, which I actually enjoyed. I was like, okay, I couldn't understand it, but hell, anybody that can catch a beat can dance to music. What about jazz where there's no words? It's just whatever the trumpet player is playing at the time. You mean to tell me that people are so disconnected from music they can't dance to anything no matter what language it's in? I can dance to anything. I can dance to some Russian music. I can dance to some German music. anything. If it got a nice catchy beat to it, I might dance to it. I might bob my head to it, tap my foot.
Unifying event for the country, not for the Latinos, not for one small group, but for the country. We don't need a Black national anthem. We don't need a Spanish speaking, non-English performer, and we don't need an ICE or America hater.
Why is she gonna throw in the Black national anthem? Why she gonna attack us now all of a sudden? We don't need a Black national anthem. And she just pissed. How dare he bring his Hispanic hood? This is a white country. We don't need them niggas up there running nothing. Honey, I think this will be the last time Jay-Z gets to pick out the artists because they are tripping, bro. They are pissed.
Featured as our primetime entertainment.
Okay, what is the national?
Wow, she was all like, "We don't need a Black national anthem. We don't need this. We don't need this." And why is she angry? That's also the other thing. Why is she angry?
Language, officially the national language of the United States of America.
I mean, English. And there's been a push for many years to make.
He's about to correct her because we don't have a national language. I was going to say a national anthem, but a national language.
To make it an official,
you don't have one
documented thing.
You don't have one.
If you would have let me finish my comment, I would have pointed that out. That people have been pushing to make it official.
Okay, right, so you're trying to make official.
This attitude that you have right here is why you in Great Britain have lost your culture. You ceded your culture to a bunch of radical Muslims who came in and took over, and now it's gone.
Wow. See, that's that white scared of erasure thing. We don't need no Black national anthem. We don't need no Latinos speaking in Spanish. This is a white country, and we just want to hear some country music that was stolen by the Blacks in the South. We want to hear some country and some rock. You know, honey, rock and roll is Black music too. It's just been whitewashed. Okay, I'm sorry that we didn't have, honey, them halftime shows where it just be a white person be boring as hell. When that when it be going to like that country music and all that stuff, how many years have we just seen these halftime shows just be boring? Now you get some people of color up in there, they bring the house down. You know what I'm saying? Now I'd say maybe a Lady Gaga. Lady Gaga might be Jewish. You know what I'm saying? But you get like certain like pop stars, they might bring the house down, but overall, some of them shows, even the Grammys, when I remember growing up in the Grammys, I would just be waiting to watch the Black stuff because they'd have them boring groups up there singing. Sometimes you'd be like, okay. And then you waiting for the Black artists to come on and bring the party. Super Bowl is a party. It's something going on. And he definitely brought the party to the Super Bowl and also had a good message, had a message behind the whole thing. The whole layout talked about slavery and, he brought up the slave. Now, I ain't gonna lie. He did have some Caucasian looking slave people picking the sugar cane. I think that was like, when I saw that, I was like, they should have had the Black because that was who was picking sugar. Y'all was not out there picking sugar cane like that. Let's stop that. But anyways, other than that.
Not allowing that here, whether it's Hispanic, whether it's Muslim, it's not happening in the United States of America. That's why
So again, you'll hear a lot of Republicans, white conservatives, talk about the whole replacement theory because they're worried about that soon this country will be a majority minority country, right? Over in Great Britain, they kind of have fast-tracked that. They're on their way. I think in 2030, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, y'all over there in the UK, they will mostly be a minority majority country like in 2030. Ours is going to be like 2046, I believe, or 2050. It's supposed to be minority majority. But again, they look at Great Britain as like, oh, this is what's going to happen to us. All the
Great Britain is small as fuck, about the size of like maybe I think Texas is even bigger than Great Britain. So to say that small little island of a place is being majority Black and starting to be majority Black, it's like America's a big, huge like slab. Like North America is very large. And to her to sit there and talk about how our language is English. Talking to an Englishman, he's laughing at himself. Yeah, it's English, okay? And y'all don't even have your own language. Laughing to himself. If you wanna come to America, you need to speak English. What the fuck? Not even American English, but just English. You know, what's your language? It's English. Okay, exactly.
These colored folks is gonna come over and take us over and blah blah blah. We're gonna lose our culture, our language. This is what they're worried about.
President Trump was elected, and whether it's Bad Bunny, who is American but refuses to speak English in his performances, or anybody else, we have to keep the Super Bowl, which is a quintessential American event. Football, that kind of football, is ours. They call it
she's football. She's panicking. Football is American. We need to be speaking English. He refuses to speak it in English. Honey, his songs are in Spanish, bro. He supposed to translate all his damn songs to appease you, weirdo. The dude is a fucking Latino artist. Of course he's gonna be speaking of stuff in Spanish. Did you get the beat though? Did it make you tap your feet? Did you get the beat and did it make you tap your feet?
American football. And the halftime show and everything around it needs to stay quintessentially American. Not Spanish, not Muslim, not anything other than good old-fashioned American apple pie. There should be a meatloaf, maybe some fried chicken, and an English-speaking performer. That's what the Super Bowl should be.
Now, what's funny is that American football, because they do call it American football, right? That comes from rugby. And then American Pie, that's actually English, Britain. All the stuff that she was saying, the fried chicken, Black people, we have kind of mastered that. Let me just say that. But technically, that came from the Scottish, right? But again, the stuff that she's naming is not even considered really American. Or didn't come.
And this guy up here talking something, Black people will always be backseat riders. Honey, all the music that's even out here came from Black people. So cut it out. Even if they did had a white American pie, chicken eating, fucking the football playing, horse riding, rodeo shuffling, white person up there singing whatever, it would be, that's all that music is based in Black blues and all that stuff, and all the music that came out of the South. So stop it. We don't have to be the backseat riders. We're the originators. Okay. So all the things that she's mentioning, like we need to be some chicken and some cornbread and whatever the hell she talking about. Like, bro, we don't need no Black national anthem, but then she naming all the food that we basically made the most popular dishes in the United States. Is when they come over here, they goes to the soul food restaurants, believe it or not. I bet you, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. Oh, ooh.
I'm from America, right?
Okay, two things. One, you've conceded you don't have.
And another thing, I'm sorry for pausing so much. Like, Black people, the way we love Selena, and she doesn't sing in English, like there is a few English songs that she does sing, but the majority of the song, like bitty bitty bum bum, I don't know what she is saying, but that's my shit. Like literally, music is language. You don't have to necessarily understand.
Honey, y'all remember when La Bamba came out and everybody was singing La Bamba? Honey, I had to sing La Bamba for choir when I was like, whatever age I was when it came out, 8 years old. We sang La Bamba in choir. The elementary school made us learn how to sing La Bamba. So Hispanic and Spanish, I even learned how to sing Los poquitos dicen pío, 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 cuando tienen hambre, cuando tienen frío. La mamá le gusta en este trío, cuando tienen hambre. In elementary, and I still remember this elementary school song we had to learn about a cold chicken that's cold and hungry. You know what I'm saying? People listen. Spanish has been something that has been integrated in American culture for years. Now all of a sudden people have a problem with it. That was a big thing back when it came out. But now all of a sudden, because it's on the Super Bowl, they need to be chicken and fried chicken, and we don't need no black natural. This is a white country. America, fuck yeah. That's what they wanted to hear at the Super Bowl. It shattered records, 135.4 plus million live viewers, y'all. Honey, Megan Kelly couldn't pull that number if she was naked on the stage. She's jealous. That's what it looked like to me, a bunch of jealousy. How dare he come and speak? He refused to speak it in English. He only wanted to sing in Spanish, the language that all his songs are in. And everything that he did, all the imagery was about unity. This is how sick people are. They can see something that's clearly talking about unity. And only thing they can focus on is, well, he's not cool with immigration and getting these people about the country. And he said this back on, he's not for this and he's not. Child, I mean, listen, if you go to any club out here in America, you're going to see there's going to have a little segment where they're playing his music. Even if you're at a black club, they're going to play some Dame La Gasolina. Dame La Gasolina. I don't even know what the hell it's talking about. But people be dancing to it. So I don't know what people are tripping on. I remember what was the song? Ain't got no, you're just a liar, a straight mentirosa. Today you sell me something, y mañana otra cosa, mentirosa. Listen, his Spanish has been a part of hip hop. It's been a part of so many different things. Half of these artists put out Spanish records to be able to go to make money in South America. Beyonce has his Spanish album. What if the people the Spanish people said the same thing about us? We doing our albums and then doing a Spanish version of it. They needed to cut this out and stop it. Yes, Ricky Martin. What's the other? Julio Iglesias. What if he did to happen? Would she be so outraged if it was Julio Iglesias? I think Ricky Martin did Shakira did a show. I think that she did, because she's speaking English in her, so she chose English songs. But did she do any other type of songs? Man, these people are pissed because they don't have any talent. Megan Kelly can't sing. She can't do nothing but just run her mouth.
The language to feel the vibe or get an emotion from it, just like when we go over to another country that doesn't speak English, they might necessarily understand the words. However, it's a motion, a feeling that they get from the singing or the song. So again, music is universal, so it doesn't have to be in English.
A national language in the United States officially. And secondly, the language you do want to be your official language is my language, the language of the country you think has gone to pot. So my obvious follow-up is, Megan, why do you want English as your national language if you think England is gone to hell in a handcart?
Pierce, I think those medications for your hip have gone too far. We need to dial back a pill or two. Okay? We want something that we can all understand. I don't think Bad Bunny used his appearance to bash America, but I can't be sure because I didn't see any subcaptions on his Spanish language.
What about Pavarotti?
America haters.
What about?
Whose fault is it that they didn't have subtitles? That's not Jay-Z's fault. That's whoever the Super Bowl people is fault. What the hell are you talking about? How dare he? Well, Puerto Rico is a part of the United States and they speak Spanish. What are you talking about? That's almost like you have a big Hawaiian artist that breaks out and becomes a well-known, and he does something in his language, and say he's Hawaiian, and everybody embraces him as the biggest artist in the United States, and he does some of it in Hawaiian. And now we're gonna get mad? Isn't Hawaii a part of the United States?
What about Pavarotti, who Donald Trump in 2016 in particular would use at every campaign rally? He's used it at the RNC, right, as a triumphant, tub-thumping anthem. Well, no, hang on. Not only Pavarotti.
I've been to lots of Trump rallies. Pavarotti gets a song, maybe
but
two.
He sings, but when he sings Nessun Dorma in Italian, I don't see you leaping up and down and going, I can't understand a word of it. You're
telling me we're crybabies, but honey, she's the one crying. She started off the thing all aggressive. She said that his meds ain't working. She's being aggressive.
I don't remember him being the Super Bowl halftime show, was he?
Well, would you have minded if he was?
Yes, I would have, because we feature English-speaking performers at the quintessentially American event.
Honey, you talking about English is our language, A-R-E. Honey, you need to learn how to speak English first and spell before you even say nothing. What are you talking about? You can't even speak English because you said A-R-E instead of O-U-R. You learn how to speak English properly before you make a statement.
Of the Super Bowl. We do Michael Jackson. We do Whitney Houston. We do great.
No, they had Shakira who sings in English and Spanish. So technically, why wasn't that an argument? Like, oh, why is she singing in Spanish? Like, she does both, right? And again, Bad Bunny has Spanish-speaking albums. So it doesn't make sense for him then to translate his songs that people have known and loved in Spanish to English just to make it more comfortable for everyone else. And something that she doesn't mention is that Bad Bunny, that whole Lady Gaga, because I didn't understand it at first, but the whole Lady Gaga part was basically like a big F you to everybody saying that he needs to now speak English. That was basically his way of being like, okay, you guys want English? Let me give you Lady Gaga. And that's why she had like a little small segment, and then it went back to him performing, right? So a lot of people didn't even catch that. He was trying to appease everybody by having Lady Gaga. So it was like a nod to what everybody else is saying about him singing in Spanish.
Bands that love it.
Nobody says that anybody hates America. You're stupid. Go ahead and leave. Go ahead and pay my ticket. I'll leave. I'll go to Africa. Pay my ticket. I'm going to create a GoFundMe and just see all the people that say this BS probably couldn't afford a ticket to Africa, probably couldn't afford a ticket across the, to go out of their country to go to another state. So stop even talking about how, yeah, you're welcome to leave. You know what? You're welcome to send me some money for a ticket. My Cash App. Here's my Cash App. I'm going to roll it on the bottom. Pay the Cash App and send me some money to get a ticket about this bitch. And I'll go ahead and leave. The fuck are you talking about? What you mean? The hell? Anyways.
America, like American rap. That's a different situation. This guy who can't stand the country comes out and starts speaking in Spanish. And I'm sure the people in South Florida really enjoyed it. The people in an American territory, Puerto Rico, really enjoyed it. But the people in the heartland had no idea what the hell was happening. This is a guy who loves to parade around in a dress, who again hangs out with Jay-Z and his Epstein loving pals, who gets up there when he's not bashing America with his
Well, go to a Mexican restaurant in a heartbeat. Texas is full of them. Texas is full of Mexican restaurants. We'll go to Taco Bell. Remember when Taco Bell first came out and they were like, that ain't no real tacos. Honey, you go down to Texas, it's a Mexican restaurant on every corner. They killing them tacos. Taco stands. They at the gas station eating tacos at Fuel City. They eating them tacos. But now because they want to have some music, well, we didn't understand what was going on. Well, did you feel the beat? If you didn't understand what he was saying, it's music, guys. It's music. You guys want to colonize music too? Well, you don't know. We couldn't hear what they were saying. But did you hear the beat though? Did you hear what it sounded like? The music behind it.
Pals at Green Day, who are from the far left People's Republic of California, who have never missed a chance to rip on Trump, MAGA, half the country, or ICE. And that's something they share with Bad Bunny. That's not representative of what the heartland wants to see. And the heartland always gets the middle finger.
Girl, she just ripped on the Black national anthem, Lift Every Voice and Sing. So I don't even want to hear shit she got to say, because it's like, bro, you just got finished talking about the Black national anthem. And that ain't had nothing to do with what's going on here. Mind
you, Puerto Rico, they're Americans. California, hell, we're Americans. So again, her argument is so dumb. It's stupid. And that whole Epstein thing. Now, Jay-Z was mentioned in some time, and I'm going to go ahead and explain to you guys. Jay-Z was mentioned in some kind of complaint or a witness testimony or something like that. That's what he was mentioning. It had no connection of him being friends with Jeffrey Epstein. She's trying to conflate that and definitely distract, because what about her friend Steve Bannon? What about Donald Trump? What about Elon Musk? Mark Zuckerberg? All these people have relations to Trump. But again, she's trying to say, oh, Jay-Z. It's to confuse you guys. Stop listening to the whole Jay-Z, Pusha T, Eminem. That is just to...
I mean, what did Jay-Z do in the files? Were they just saying that he was not doing what they wanted them to do or whatever? I mean, wasn't they trying to like petition him to do certain things or whatever, get him involved with their whole movement of like trying to ruin America? If you want to talk about people talking about trying to destroy America, like look at them Epstein files and listen to what they were talking about. Him and Peter Thiel and what they were saying about tribalism returning and all this other crazy stuff. But she want to be outraged by a musician. I want to see her rant on Peter Thiel with so much fervor and anger.
Distract you from the actual main culprits.
From people like Jay-Z, like Roger Goodell, who should know better, but he's a panderer who runs the NFL. And that's why you had probably closer to 10 million people turning the channel and turning to the Turning Point event.
I mean, 10 million people, but it was 153 million people that still watched it. So whatever. We had 10 million people watch the Turning Point event and watch that boring stuff. Okay, well, if they like bored, they like being bored to death, go ahead. Go watch that. Fine. Africa don't like you. They sold you. Thank you for your subscription. Thank you so much. And please like and subscribe. I do take a lot of time doing these shows. People trying to call me a welfare queen and say I'm broke, and honey, couldn't even pay my water bill. Couldn't even afford my water bill in a 3,000 square foot house. If you don't be quiet, you don't know nothing about me. Shut up. 3 of the TPUSA artists on the top. Okay, shouts out to them. But they didn't make it to the Super Bowl. And Bad Bunny did. Stop crying.
Which was pro-American, which was absolutely beautiful, which had several references to God and faith and this country, which had a tribute to Charlie Kirk at the end of it, and talked about Jesus and how he can change your life. That's what America's all about. We are founded as a Christian nation. We're still a Christian nation. And what we want is somebody up there to celebrate how freaking special this country is, not a bunch of people who can't stand us. And over what? Over our desire to get illegal immigrants who are raping and molesting our children out of our country. That's all ICE is doing.
Okay. Every new year, I think about what a real fresh start looks like. And for me,
okay, you guys, I'm going to go ahead and end it right there. But Megyn Kelly's whole tirade is ridiculous. Her arguments done. And this is just this whole internet rage bait shit that she likes to do. This whole yelling like, we're American, you need to speak English. No, you don't. No, you don't. He's an artist, and again, people don't realize that football, American football, if you want to add that, is international. There's people watching from all over the world. There's more Spanish-speaking countries than there is English-speaking countries. So from a business standpoint, they realized that and was all like, oh, we got to make sure that we reach a larger audience. And also the ratings prove that, because now Bad Bunny has the highest rated halftime performance of all time. So again, when you look at that, you realize, oh, this is a business. Everything is business. Politics is business. Football, sports is business. Everything is business. And at the end of the day, if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. Bad Bunny's performance made dollars, so it made sense. Megyn can do this whole rant about, oh, they're trying to change our culture, our traditions, our values. Listen, lady. Now, Jay-Z, I do believe that he has the authority. He has a say-so. But those white people, the CEOs and the presidents and all these people, Roger Goodell, all the white people, trust me, they approved that. they approved Bad Bunny being the halftime performer. Jay-Z gave his input because, you know, he's the director of music. I forgot what his actual title is, but he's like the director of music and stuff like that, right? But the white people really in charge, trust me, they okayed Bad Bunny performing.
And they got paid off of that performance, honey. Listen, do you know that all those performances are free? Do you know that Bad Bunny, Kendrick Lamar, Rihanna, Beyonce, Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston, everybody who have been doing these Super Bowl shows, they all perform for free. They have to pay to even pretty much, because their whole rig, everything, the setup of everything, that comes out of their own pocket to even perform. They have to pay for their performance. And then the Super Bowl gets to cash in on all the advertisements during the halftime. And they had 100 and some odd thousand, a million person captive audience to see all their advertisers. So it's a win for Jay-Z. I don't know what she's talking about. She wants to make it looking like Jay-Z made the wrong call. But honey, that was a very successful halftime show if you look at the numbers. So what, he didn't speak. You know what it did? It helped them to get to another audience. She's getting paid by Trump to point the finger at other people. He's mentioned 5,000 times in the Epstein files. They are paid to distract and deflect. Exactly. She's gonna make it about Jay-Z. Bad Bunny is the most streamed artist and doesn't sing in English. Grammy Award winner, sells out all shows worldwide. Exactly. Not true. If you Black Nine, I think you just here to troll. I think that you might be Pan Mulatto. Let's go.
So at the end of the day, you got to be mad at your own people, if anything. But again, it's all about the money. It's all about the dollars. And it made sense for Bad Bunny to be the headliner this year at the Super Bowl. That's it. And shout out to the Seahawks.
Listen, let me tell you how much of a move this was. That a strategic move with all this ICE stuff going on. It's interesting that they put a Latino artist up there to perform. And then the Super Bowl gets to cash in on all those views and all that like ad revenue they got of people when they do all that number and they like hit all those people that saw that advertisement. They're gonna cash in. And guess what? The people that performed, they didn't even get paid for it. They had to pay to perform. So what? He didn't speak Spanish. You know what I'm saying? I mean, speak English. So what?
But anyway, you guys hit that like button and subscribe to the channel.
Yes, make sure you hit the like. So let's go into some more outrage that these people are having. You know what I'm saying? They really went, like, these people really lost their minds on this. Let's go.
After the first two quarters, are the TVs going to be on the halftime show with Bad Bunny or the halftime show with Kid Rock?
I think the president would much prefer a Kid Rock performance over Bad Bunny. I must say that.
Except he watched Bad Bunny because we've got the evidence of that. So bad news for Kid Rock. Basically, nobody was paying attention to him. Not even Donald Trump, who has so many partisan reasons to pretend to think that Kid Rock is interesting, as Carolyn Leavitt did there too. Imagine Carolyn Leavitt sitting down and paying attention to a Kid Rock performance. She ain't getting paid well enough.
No, Kid Rock is like, when did he come out? Does he have anything new out that's like, oh yeah, that's that deal? That was the anthem of the century. You know, when he came, you know, this in 2025, he came out with this song and it was #1 in the charts. Like, Kid Rock is old news, bro. That's like bringing up an old ass artist. Like, hell, even if you brought Eminem, it's like, bro, that he old, bro. The old ass artist trying to perform. Come on now. It's a whole new generation of people, bro. People talking about Kid Rock. Cut it out.
To do that, propagandist though she is. So no, Donald Trump had his little party and he got all his little Republicans together and they watched the Bad Bunny performance, even though they'd spent months leading up to it telling us nobody wants it, nobody's gonna watch it. And yet they, like every other conservative in the country, rushed to social media to talk about how they hated this thing that they didn't have to watch but chose to anyway. So here is the Truth Social post from Donald Trump, who says, the Super Bowl halftime show is absolutely terrible. One of the worst ever. It makes no sense. It's an affront to the greatness of America. It's
See, look. My whole computer just shut down. I had to restart. Can you guys hear me? I had to restart my computer. I don't know if I'm getting attacked on some end or what. Bro, my whole computer just shut the fuck down. But no one's going to stop this. I'm going to still do my damn show. I'm not going to. Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Check 1, check 2. Can you hear me now? My whole computer shut down. No, it's not because I'm broke. And listen, you got one more stupid thing to say, and you're gone. Say something else. Black 9, say something else dumb, and you'll be banned. Okay, listen. My entire computer just shut down. And honey, I got a Mac. You know what I'm saying? I have a whole MacBook, and honey, this thing is so hot, it's overheating. All right. So you're done, Black 9. You're done. Oh, oh, you. Anyways, all right. So let's go. Okay. So what was I playing? Let me get back into what I was playing because no, I'm going to continue. I'm not gonna stop. So here we go. So we have this whole meltdown by the MAGA supporters on this whole entire show. Hopefully my computer can keep it up, can work. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna get this keep going, getting shut down. But let's go.
Bad Bunny or the halftime show with Kid Rock?
I think the president would much prefer a Kid Rock performance over Bad Bunny. I must say that.
Except he watched Bad Bunny because we've got the evidence of that. So bad news for Kid Rock. Basically, nobody was paying attention to him. Not even Donald Trump, who has so many partisan reasons to pretend to think that Kid Rock is interesting.
So what happened? Did TPUSA decide to try to have a warring halftime show at the same time and failed miserably? But that's what it seemed like to me, is that they tried to okay, we're gonna do a show about America, and we're gonna do our show, and that's going to trump the halftime show. Is that what they thought was gonna happen? They thought they was fixing to outdo the NFL, the Super Bowl halftime show. That's like the biggest deal in America every year. We had 10 million people watching. I'm sure Eric Kirk's gonna get on another call and talk about how our numbers did great, just like she did. Our numbers did good, one day after the funeral.
As Carolyn Leavitt did there too. Imagine Carolyn Leavitt sitting down and paying attention to a Kid Rock performance. She ain't getting paid well enough to do that, propagandist though she is. So no, Donald Trump had his little party and he got all his little Republicans together and they watched the Bad Bunny performance, even though they'd spent months leading up to it telling us nobody wants it, nobody's gonna watch it. And yet they, like every other conservative in the country, rushed to social media to talk about how they hated this thing that they didn't have to watch but chose to anyway. So here is the Truth Social post from Donald Trump, who says, the Super Bowl halftime show is absolutely terrible. One of the worst ever. It makes no sense. It's an affront to the greatness of America. It's literally demonstrating the greatness of America. It doesn't represent our standards of success, creativity, like how the Trump Kennedy Center's shut down for years because the right wing don't do art. Nobody understands a word this guy is saying. Look, I understand you have dementia and you're very confused by a lot of the words that you hear. He's speaking in Spanish. There are some people who understand it. I didn't, I did Duolingo for a few years, but I still was not able to follow anything that Bad Bunny was saying. That said, that's just because it's a different language. That's how languages work, buddy. Anyway, this show is a slap in the face to our country. Something stock market.
Let me just do this right quick before we go any further into it. Someone said that the Super Bowl players get paid. Okay, the Super Bowl players do not get paid. Okay, what happens is they use the whole, it's exposure. Not like Bad Bunny needs any more exposure. He's already at the top of every freaking streaming platform there is. The Super Bowl halftime performers generally do not receive a direct salary or appearance fee from the NFL, but the league covers all production costs and union-mandated minimum fees. While the performance is free in terms of pay, it offers massive exposure, often leading to a significant spike in streaming numbers, album sales, and concert tickets. So they do not get paid for their performance by the NFL. They're looking at the back end where, when I did this, it's gonna even up me even more, give me more exposure, etc. So no, they do not get paid. So I just wanted to bring that up and show that they don't get paid by the NFL.
There is nothing inspirational about this mess of a halftime show. And watch, it'll get great reviews because I know I'm just saying this because I'm mad and I peed my pants and real people will like it. But I want to get out in front of that. And by the way, something kickoff rule, because Donald Trump can't get past the kickoff rule. So here's the thing. I watched some of the Super Bowl and I watched the Bad Bunny performance. I don't have a problem with Bad Bunny. I don't particularly love his music. I like him as a wrestler. I think he was pretty good on SNL. So I went into it with a pretty much an open mind. And I watched it and I did not understand pretty much a word that he said. But you know what? As music performances goes, totally fine. It was fine. I appreciated spotting Pedro Pascal and Jessica Alba in there very briefly. I liked the changes of venue that they did. I liked seeing the Ensign parade to start it off. That was entertaining. I don't see how it's a slap in the face to the country. I feel like, JR, and I'll get you in here. I feel like the right wingers were like, he's gonna say something about, he's gonna hurt us. He's gonna make us look bad. Oh, he's gonna be so partisan. And so they just drafted all their tweets, but he didn't do that. The closest he came to being political is that like he acknowledged that there are other countries in our hemisphere. He showed their flags, I guess. He didn't talk about ICE. He didn't talk about immigration. He showed someone getting like an icy or something. Is that a slap in the face? Was it the 5-year-old kid? Was that the slap in the face? Was it the bodega? What was the tall grass? I don't understand, JR, what it is that they are performatively pretending to have an issue with here.
Well, and see, people didn't even understand what the tall grass represented. They don't even understand their table. He even acknowledged the slave trade in Puerto Rico and the people that had to pick, sugar cane, and he made that the focal point of the beginning of his performance, and people didn't even catch it. Bad Bunny had people climbing the transformer poles in response to the power outage they had in Trump's minimal response. Wow. I didn't know about the power outage. So yeah, when they had the Puerto Rican, like I think there was a hurricane. Is that the power outage you're talking about? When in Puerto Rico, they had that hurricane that almost ravaged and just destroyed Puerto Rico, just destroyed it. Puerto Rico is a part of it's a Commonwealth of America. We had to send people there to help them. Why do we have to be so divisive? This whole MAGA thing has become such a negative and divisive thing. People need to get their mind right. Let's go.
The thing that they wanted to make sure people thought was that everything would be horrible before it even happened. That's why he went with I can't understand a damn thing they're saying. I went to 2 Super Bowls, John Adirola, and the halftime shows was Bruce Springsteen and The Who. I hated both shows. I say it all the time. Both of those shows, I was like, dang, I'm going to do 2 Super Bowls in my entire life, and I get these 2 performances. And there's this weird thing. I barely understood what The Who was saying.
Yeah.
It's weird how that works. And when you don't understand what they're saying, you can do this one thing, you can sit and watch and go, oh, okay, that was a halftime show, wasn't that great? Hey, when's the third quarter gonna start? Because who cares if you don't like the halftime show? I really don't care if you don't like the halftime show. But the thing is, the reason they didn't like the halftime show and they wanted to let everyone know that they didn't like the halftime show with their pre-written drafts about how much they hated it was only because they didn't want other people to pay attention and maybe see some of the messages in said halftime show. Maybe see the difference between all the hate that comes from this administration and talks about these very people, demonizes them, make sure that we separate them from their humanity, their culture, who they are, their contributions to the society and the world, making sure all that stuff that was exhibited in that halftime show, whether you understood a word or not, old man, whether or not you got it, you got something from it because it visually showed who these folks were and it showed how much they actually mean something to our society.
Hey, listen, the link is in the chat for anybody who wants to come up and give and say anything. I enjoyed the halftime show. I couldn't understand the word either, but music is universal. You don't have to understand the words, 4% of the US population, not Spanish, understood Spanish. Spanish is spoken by 15% of the US population. In total, which make up 20% of the US population, the US population speaks 77% English. So what? So what if we speak English? English is not the mother tongue of America. It's not. We don't even have a mother tongue. English is for England, Great Britain. It's divisive because most don't understand if he performed some songs in English. It would be. He did. Why? He did have an English singing person. Lady Gaga sat there and sang an English song, but people were so busy, wanting to hate it. I watch football and enjoy the halftime show to escape the world. I mean, so Bruce Springsteen was like more entertaining than that. Honey, they had all kind of stuff going on in that thing. It was a lot to unpack. I mean, and we can get into like a whole like breakdown of that because they did have like some messaging in there that if you break it down is very deep, you know. Like I said, the sugarcane field, that's going on slavery. Tripping. He showed the bodegas and all these different things that are part of our culture in America. When you go down in Texas in different areas, they have all those things. We want to pretend like Hispanic people don't exist in our country, but they're very embedded in our cultures. Let's stop it.
That's what they don't want people to see. They know that if people have the unifying message behind someone else besides this white supremacist in the White House, that they might have a problem on their hands with people actually coming together and seeing what is we always said this country was supposed to be, but these white supremacists never actually believed in.
Yeah. Well, why don't we give some demonstrations of exactly what you're saying there? First of all, graphic 2, this is just the evidence that they were playing the halftime show, which I just change it. Just change the channel for 15 minutes. I don't understand why they watched it. It's because they love being angry.
Let's not talk about the white women now got big booties now, honey. I don't know what you're talking about because these new white girls be having big booties. They can dance and all that stuff. They're not doing that like offbeat two-step like they back in the 80s. They got big booties now, big lips. They dancing, they twerking and all type of stuff. We gotta remember this is a new day and age. No one likes Lady Gaga. Well, her voice sounded beautiful. So she actually did really good. You know, yeah, these new white girls are not the same as back in the 80s. They're not the same flat booty white chicks. They didn't, I don't know whether they ate some cornbread or what.
Laura Loomer says, someone call it an ice raid at the Super Bowl. What are all of these foreign flags? Laura, are you triggered? Did the fabric make you feel uncomfortable? You need to deport someone because there's a flag that you don't like? I thought we had free speech. I thought corporations could do what they want. It's weird how easily triggered you are by a US citizen engaging in art that you don't personally prefer. Weird life that you lead. Charles Gasparino says, Bad Bunny sucked, but you knew that I peeked in. Oh, I was watching Turning Point, and evidently I got bored so quickly that I decided to switch over to watch Bad Bunny.
Right.
He was watching Bad Bunny the entire time. That's the thing. And that was really good, just not good enough to like keep my attention so that I would watch it. Bad Bunny plays to a nation the left wants, but most of the nation doesn't. Look at his album sales, you jackass. He's doing fine. Shame on NFL commish for taking this great game into AOC territory. I don't even know what that means. It's like, because they're both Puerto Rican or what? I mean, I literally don't even understand what his argument is. Gunther Eagleman says, lol, Bad Bunny's a flop. Half the stadium went in the tunnels to watch the TP USA halftime show on their phones. That is some real, I'm going into these lib cafes and they keep saying they love Trump energy. No, Gunther Eagleman, none of that actually happened and you are a sad mofo. Meanwhile, this is what Bad Bunny was doing. It's just, he's got American flags and together we are America. That's the political statement, by the way, that the right absolutely hates. That we're better together. We always have been. That's what our country always has been. That's the statement that bothers them so goddamn much. Anyway, I want to just read one more freak out. This is Kash Patel's girlfriend, who's actually a bit nuanced compared to some of the others. Says, unpopular, Republicans need to unite and get on better messaging because this branding is fantastic.
You know what's so crazy? Americans speak English. English. Football is an American. You know what? What do the English? What sport do the English play? Do they play football or do they play the other football? Why don't we speak American? Why are we speaking another person's language, a mother tongue from another slab of land that's a country, not even a continent? Why don't we have our own language? You're going to tell us to speak English, which is not even the language of America, had Latinos here before there were English people. didn't the Spaniards come first, right? Weren't they the ones that colonized the Caribbean, certain aspects of the Caribbean and South America? The conquistadors and all that stuff, and the whole like battle in Texas, the whole like Alamo and this. So we want to pretend like that Hispanic history is not a part of American history, North American history. Let's go.
And allows all Dems to get behind it. Also super aesthetic.
Let me go back to this.
Americans need to unite and get on better messaging because this branding is fantastic and allows all Dems to get behind it. Also super aesthetic. Sorry, Cash. I think she's saying that she thinks Bad Bunny's hot. But anyway, so yeah, that is good advertising. And then someone responds and says, "This is disgusting." Could we just all American halftime with Bad Bunny's disgusting? What is disgusting about it? So she responds, so I agree with you. I didn't watch the show, but the messaging is pretending to cosplay that they're proud to be Americans. I thought this show would be cross-dressing and anti-ICE. I'm hearing it wasn't. And I see all over the place the right not uniting. So hold on. So it wasn't any of those things that you thought it was going to be, and you didn't see it, but you agree that it's disgusting, even though you didn't watch it, according to you. Who's cosplaying? Who's performing right now? Maybe he's actually proud of being an American in his way and not just in a way where you just want to deport people all day long. Like maybe there's a different way to be proud of being an American. And finally, I just got to acknowledge Jake Paul, like peeing his pants over this whole thing, complaining.
Not only do they scout them for football, but your little apple pie and your whole little baseball. How many Latino baseball players? And that's like the American whatever pastime is American base. There you don't get no Americans in baseball, right? And you see how many Latinos are dominating in baseball. They particularly go down to the Dominican Republic and Cuba, Puerto Rico to grab up people out of the Latin. Well, they're cool. They could play the game, but they just can't perform at halftime.
Calls Bad Bunny a fake citizen, which AOC responds and says, no, he's a citizen because that's what Puerto Ricans are. And then points out that it's the Pauls that moved to Puerto Rico to try to evade taxes or whatever, when he's actually doing things, funding low-income kids access to arts and sports programs and all of that stuff. These people are so pathetic. These crusty little weirdos. With the cost of everything going up, here at TYT, we're always trying to help you guys.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's like, this is weird. So let's hear what Black people had to say about this whole thing. Where their reactions equal to like the MAGA reactions. Let's hear the Black reaction to the Bad Bunny. Let's go.
Show performance, and I don't even speak Spanish, but my God.
I watched the halftime show, did not think I would be one of the ones that was mad about the halftime show, yet here I am. I am an American, Black American. It is Black History Month.
Hi guys, welcome back again to another video. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to watch my videos. If this is your first time here, my name is Julie. You are welcome to Julie Harrison React. Don't make your last by subscribing. So Americans are reacting to the fact that the Super Bowl halftime was indeed a direct slap in the face to the president and ICE agents. They also went further to say that when Bad Bunny showed up in the Super Bowl conversation, it wasn't just about music. No, it became one of the most talked about cultural moments in recent memory. Some people celebrated it, others were furious. And that reaction tells you a lot about Americans right now.
See, here's the thing. What he says, most FBAs are crashing out over Bad Bunny. I think someone just said, well, it's Black History Month. Child, like, we need to cut it out. What the hell? Professional big, all liberals. Here we go with this left versus right again. If I go to Puerto Rico and perform, I'll perform in Spanish because that's the demographic. Well, Bad Bunny is a Spanish-speaking artist. I'm not sure if he even speaks English. Can you imagine if he was trying to do his show in a broken English that nobody can understand? Like, even worse. You guys are crazy, bro.
It has a lot of different reactions. Let's take a look at the videos I was able to put together. I can't wait to share. Kindly watch these videos and please let me know what you think in the comments. I'll be reading.
For a person who can't speak a lick of Spanish, I followed that whole fucking show. Bad Bunny ate that shit up and showed pride to his Latino family, his Latino community, and his Latino culture. From the dancers that were all shades of Latino. Yes, I peeped that shit. I saw Afro Latinos. I saw light Latinos. I saw mid-brown Latinos. I saw dark Latinos. He left nobody out. I love the fucking wedding setup. That shit was so beautiful. Latinos have some of the most beautiful weddings. And him dancing with the little girl, and then Lady Gaga coming out, and then him and Lady Gaga getting down. That shit was beautiful. And he brought out Ricky Martin. When I saw Ricky Martin, I was like, Ricky! I'm sorry. I'm a millennial. Them hips, yes. Living La Vida Loca. And then passing the Grammy to his younger.
Right. Remember Living La Vida Loca? I talked about La Bamba. I forgot about Living La Vida Loca. What about the Macarena? Remember everybody was doing the Macarena? Macarena. All right. Young blah, 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 Macarena. Like, it didn't even matter. No one, I don't know what the hell they were saying, but everybody was doing the damn Macarena. I can't tell you the songs of Living La Vida Loca. Blah, 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 blah. Living La Vida Loca. That's what I say. Blah, blah, blah. Living La Vida Loca. But I know I grew up with La Bamba. I grew up with all the other stuff. So it's like, people want to pretend like this Spanish language is not like just woven into American culture, but it very much so is. And we even have to learn. Listen, don't you get a choice in high school to learn Spanish, learn French, learn Latin? America, we need to be only speaking in English, but don't they make you take a second language? Why? If America is so English, we are American English, America, fuck yeah. But you got to take a second language. That's a requirement in high school. Let's go.
Herself, yes, I peeped that. Gorgeous. Loved it. To their culture in the fields as well. We saw that. And the parties, oh, y'all got down. I saw boy on boy action at the truck. I can't post it here, but I do have a video. And at the end, when he brought all the Latino flags together and was calling all of them out, he even showed love to the United States, because I know a lot of MAGA like to forget that Puerto Rico is a part of the United States. But even though right now this country has hate for him, he still showed love for the people that do respect him. Bad Bunny was the right choice, especially in this time.
Another red pill black man or whatever country man talking about black women. Honey, you need some black women in your life. Maybe you'd have better decisions, not get up here saying stupid stuff about to get blocked. Listen, you grew up with that and you heard it in English, honey. I was living in New Jersey, Ohio, Detroit. I did not hear that in English. I heard it in straight up Spanish. Tell me what La Bamba, the words of La Bamba, is in English. What does that mean in English? La Bamba se necesita una poca de gracia, para mi partida, y arriba. Oh, y arriba, por ti seré. Ba la bamba. I grew up listening to this, but now it's a problem, right? Come on now.
Time that we are in right now in this country. He paid homage to his past, his present, and his fucking future. Right. And I hope every Latino, whether you're an immigrant or not, feels some type of pride right now, because he did y'all right. And just to add a little note, Turning Point USA, they only had like 4.5 million people watch their shit on YouTube.
The 2026 Super Bowl halftime show starring Bad Bunny was absolutely transcendent. It was beautiful. Making the famous Pink Casita the focal point of his entire production, you had stars like Cardi B, Pedro Pascal, and Jessica Alba hanging out on the front porch, because culturally, that's what Puerto Ricans do, baby. The way that he was able to highlight the community and the authenticity of just how much of a village Puerto Ricans are, Latino people are, from showing his people in the sugarcane field to reenacting a Puerto Rican wedding and highlighting the celebration and, again, authentic community that Latinos always have. He brought the stars out like Ricky Martin and Lady Gaga. And not only did he show love to his home country of Puerto Rico. He also said, God bless America, which I think is the only thing he said in English. Because if there's one thing that Bad Bunny is an advocate for, it is for love, it is for community, it is for equality and harmony, it is for the people. And on the big marquee, he said the only thing more powerful than hate is love. It appears that the Super Bowl halftime show is slowly becoming a political movement. It is slowly becoming a protest and a way that we can uplift our voices to let the people at the top, the elite, know that this is community. We are for the people. And just because we come from a different land, just because our ancestors come from a different land, does not take away our want and ability to be authentic Americans. We can still love who we are and where we came from while also loving where we are at currently. I'm sure, like millions of others, tears welled up in my eyes, and I couldn't have been more proud to be an Afro-Latina, to be a person of color, and to witness another historical moment brought to you by the Super Bowl halftime show. Because
let me just even say this, you know, as a person that practices African spirituality, I got initiated in Cuba. And let me tell you, I couldn't understand a lick of words they were saying the whole time. But let me tell you, that's what I'm talking about. It's like but you know when people mean well, you know that their prayers are for you. You know what the songs that they were saying. The most beautiful sounding voices in my initiation as a priest into the Orisha faith. They didn't look at me bad and look at me down on me and whatever. It was a very beautiful ceremony. It was one of the most, life-changing experiences in my life. And these were Afro-Latino. They looked like they could have been in Africa. They were black women, a bunch of black women and black men in Cuba. And they couldn't speak a lick of English, and I couldn't speak a lick of Spanish. But somehow we were able to communicate with each other, you know? So I understand, like, dude, people want to make it about language, but it's not about language. It's about people's prejudice and anger. They want to hate because they want this whole ICE thing, this whole immigration thing. They want to feel right about what they're doing. Oh, well, that's making it's bringing people together. It's making people like come together. Music, you know, using music and not using, this whole like fake, like nationalist mindset. Using music to bring people together. If Puerto Rico is a Spanish-speaking country, what's wrong with having a Spanish singer get up there? I mean, crush the amount of people he even crushed Kendrick. I think Kendrick Lamar had a record. Honey, he crushed that record, bro. That was a great business move on the NFL. NFL do not need to be listening to these people and try to down Jay-Z, because that was a good move. To have that artist, one of the biggest artists, perform at that was a great business move. Let's go.
Because we all know Kendrick Lamar last year. Yeah, you already know. But congratulations to Bad Bunny to a phenomenal performance and for going down in history.
Almost AD say, fuck the haters.
Pero no hay boda, Titi me preguntó si tengo muchas novias. Muchas novias, hoy tengo a una, mañana otra. Ey, me la voy a llevar a todas con VIP, VIP. Ey, saludan a Titi, vamos a tirar un selfie. Say cheese, que sonríe y sale en la cara. Un VIP, un VIP. Ey.
Yeah, I don't want to play that too long, but let's go.
Hey! And when he handed that beautiful baby the Grammy, my heart, like the whole performance went crazy, buck wild. And when he brought out Uncle Ricky Martin, I didn't even notice him at first. I didn't even know it was him. And I was going crazy, living la vida loca. The only thing that I would have wanted more than everything that happened is if Barty performed. But it's okay, because she was on the stage with him. She was on the stage. Y'all peep sis on the stage doing her big.
So someone just asked me who I'm rooting for in the Super Bowl, and first and foremost, Bad Bunny. Like, I forgot that this was not just
I
one of
would
his
love.
concerts. Earlier this week,
on.
one of my friends was like, "Do you know who's playing in the Super Bowl?" And I immediately said, "Bad Bunny."
I would love to see Chris Brown. Oh my God. If I knew that Chris Brown was going to be at the Super Bowl, I would get tickets. Chris Brown need to be there. they need to cut that bullshit out about the Rihanna situation because I don't know what's going on with that. But honey, I've been to Chris Brown concert and Jesus, that concert, man, Chris Brown did like a 4 or 5 hour concert. Honey, by the time I was done, honey, my kids was listen, my feet was hurting. I wanted to go. I was like, I can't, I didn't want to miss nothing. Honey, my feet was, I think I hurt myself just by standing that long for 4 hours straight dancing. Feet was hurting, child. And then had to walk almost an hour to get to the car. Man, that was like a 5 hour, like, entire experience. Chris Brown, that whole, if y'all, yes, Breezy would have shut that thing down. They need to go on ahead and let bygones be bygones and let Chris Brown go up there because he will destroy. He had to create his own Super Bowl because they knew that he never gonna get a chance to do it, and that's what that whole thing was. Because but I hope that one day people were gonna like just give him a chance and let him perform.
And she was like, "No, like the teams. Do you know who's playing?"
I don't know who's playing either, bro.
Girl, I don't forget this is a hockey game. I don't know. But I did recently find out that it's the Sea Lions and the Pirates that are playing in the Super Bowl today. So I feel like I should root for one of the teams as they play their little game around the Bad Bunny concert. So to figure out which team I'm rooting for, I just have one simple question. Which team has more black wags? Whichever team that is the one I'm rooting for. That's really all I care about. I could not, and I really can't stress this enough, I could not give a fuck less about anything else. Quite frankly, I'm here for food, vibes, Bad Bunny, and everybody black. So whichever team has the most black wags, that's the one that has my endorsement. Hope this helps. Peace and love.
Who was playing? Who
watched the halftime show, did not think I would be one of the ones that was mad about the halftime show, yet here I am. Bad Bunny person to do the halftime show and said the word "I," nothing that can be translated or understood by someone who didn't speak Spanish. You next time, Mr. Bad Bunny, sir, you better say gracias de nada, arroz con pollo sofrito, and a nachos and guacamole the whole time. Okay, pissed off. I see what they were saying. Because why would you add anything English? That's not your problem. Okay, they better figure it out. They got Rosetta Stone. They got Duolingo. They got Google Translate. Next time. Great show, though. I'm proud of you.
Bad Bunny is funny as hell for watching y'all practice DTMF lyrics for months. Literally watching everybody swear they're Spanish speaking now, talking about their for months and really say it. I'm gonna give you a 5-second snippet. I'll go forth and listen in your car and listen at home. You couldn't even give people a heads up when they were all practicing DTMF, like, hey, practice some other songs. He really sat through that entire performance and on his way out said, that was it. Benito, that's wrong. You
I don't
can't
even
do that
know
to
what
the
the heck he
people.
was talking about.
I'm glad, people got to hear some other stuff. But if you were at home and you had practiced DTMF and you're fluent in DTMF, only for this man to take his headset and his mic out 5 seconds into the song and leave, I would riot. Benny, you're gonna have to see me outside. Now you don't have me out here Duolingo for months. It was still fun. It was a carnet. It was fun. It was a good performance. But I know y'all mad. I know y'all tight. If you were ready to sing your little heart out, I know you tight.
Man.
So do you have a lot of black women that listen to this guy? So what's the big deal?
That Super Bowl halftime show from Bad Bunny was fantastic. So good. The message was amazing. It focused on love and inclusion and the representation of so many different cultures from so many different countries. And behind him during the end of the performance was a billboard that said, the only thing more powerful than hate is love. And MAGA is already freaking out over that message. He also said, God bless America during his performance because contrary to what MAGA believes, he is an American. He was born in Puerto Rico. And so many different celebrities made an appearance as well. Pedro Pascal, Cardi B, Lady Gaga obviously performed. It was really, really cool. And I think most people watching it would agree. Definitely one of the best Super Bowl performances I've ever seen. Easily top 5, maybe even top 3. It was that good. So it focused on love, inclusion, highlighting different cultures while simultaneously annoying MAGA. That's a real win-win right there. Let me know what you thought of it in the comments. I'm curious to hear what you have to say. But as I mentioned, I thought it was fantastic.
So I just got done watching the Bad Bunny halftime show with my MAGA family. And let me tell you, nobody.
See, when it was a black woman, you know, bigging up Bad Bunny, it's all look at you black women. See, this was wrong with y'all black women. Black women keep talking L's, keep taking L's. Exactly. What have black women since 2020? What the hell are you? What was that sentence? What sentence have you actually completed since 2020, sir? I could barely understand K-Dog last year. Nobody complained about that. Music have no border. First, this country before have any have any languages official until this DJT put official English 2025. The true language in USA before English people from England immigrants. I don't know. Okay, so you'll definitely use Google Translate for that. And shouts out though for you know, I don't know. You know, as no singer is about the same. People have so much hate. We need to spread love. Exactly. Music is universal. It's not color and all this. They want to throw colorism in because like most Republicans don't even like art, like don't like music, nothing. We already know what the liberal white man gonna do. We not surprised. He literally said it's top 3. That tells us everything we should know. What's the top 3 in your mind? Born in the USA. That one song of his, Rick Springfield and the Who, and honey, that's boring, bro. This thing was action packed.
Is more pissed off than a bunch of white people that failed Spanish in high school. They kept saying that Bad Bunny was only chosen to make people angry and to spread hate as he walked off of the field to DTMF and a sign behind him that said the only thing more powerful than hate is love. 5 seconds into the show, they were complaining about how boring it was as kids ran around in front of it and screamed to the point that you couldn't hear the show. And yes, they did keep bringing up the Kid Rock halftime show alternative that probably sounded like hot garbage. And this is coming from a Michigander, so you know that my opinions on Kid Rock have some weight considering he claims to be from here. We don't claim him though. Obviously, Bad Bunny doesn't care, and he made a mention to all the people that were going to be upset with his appearance by saying, "Is this what you wanted?" and panning to Lady Gaga, who also started speaking Spanish and singing one of her songs that she's done with Bad Bunny. MAGA is good for one thing and one thing only, and that is complaining about things that make America great.
They don't like Bad Bunny because he's not white, right? That's why they're putting on this redneck rave to compete with the Super Bowl competition. Another thing. This thing is being marketed as an all-American, right? An all-American football halftime show. And not a single black person. That shows you what they think an American is, right? It has nothing to do with Bad Bunny being from Puerto Rico. It has nothing to do with him speaking Spanish. It has everything to do with the fact that he is not white. And they view football as a sport where that is their thing. And how dare you take away our thing?
Here's a question. So they had the Turning Point USA concert. Did Nicki Minaj perform at this said concert? Yes or no? Does anybody know? Was Nicki Minaj a performer at the Turning Point USA halftime like interruption that they try to do? Does anybody know? Did Nicki Minaj perform at the TPUSA because she's been booty clapping for TPUSA? Did they bring her in as a performer? Does anybody know? You understand what I'm saying? So she's up there promoting and pushing, but when they had to do a halftime show and it was about America, oh, I forget, she's from Trinidad. She's not American, right? She's from Trinidad. Oh, yeah. Wow. I just thought about that. Boom.
Right? Has nothing to do. How many times have you been at a function or a thing and people know all the words to the Macarena? Hey, Macarena, all right? Or suavemente, bésame, yo quiero sentir tu labio, bésame, suave, bésame, bésame. They know all these songs. It has nothing to do with. It's because they feel like people are interloping on.
This was genuinely the worst Super Bowl of all time. Aside from the halftime show, of course, because that was the only good thing that took place during this game. Imagine spending $10,000 for a Super Bowl ticket to see a team kick over 4 field goals. Like, what the fuck was I watching? I mean, genuinely, everybody on the Seahawks side, we chilling, but I mean, like, I expected a way better offensive effort from the fucking Patriots, but them niggas was ass. And now that I think about it, where the fuck were the Marvel trailers? Like, shouldn't there have been a Spider-Man trailer displayed or something? But nah, genuinely though, this was probably the worst Super Bowl of all time, bro. Super Bowl 2026, bro. Terrible commercials, bro. I remember back when I was a kid, I used to look forward to fucking Super Bowl commercials, bro. They were funny, they were cool, but this year it was just boring, bro. The game was boring. The only thing that had me paying attention and off my phone was the halftime show, bro. Because every other second of the game, I was on my phone, scrolling on TikTok, scrolling on Twitter, just seeing people roast Drake May the whole time. But hey, man, congrats to the Seahawks, bro. This is literally their second win in franchise history for the Super Bowl. That's a big fucking W. Everybody.
But was it the Seahawks playing? Why not? Was it the Patriots? Who was even playing in the Super Bowl? Does anybody know? I mean, unless you're gambling on the Super Bowl, does anybody really care about the Super Bowl anymore? Unless you like got some money up on it. Is you really watching the Super Bowl? Unless you like got like a little parlay going on, are you really watching it like all the way through? Unless you got a little parlay. Let's go.
That placed bets on the Seahawks, bro. You knew what you were doing. And honestly, bro, I know I said a lot of the times that, you know, when you have a team that everyone's going for, you go for the fucking underdog. But I may have misguided some people because, you know, the Seahawks fucking won. You feel me? The Seahawks fucking won. And that nigga who placed a bet of $33K, he cashed out. I cashed out. A whole lot of my homeboys cashed out. I ain't gonna lie, bro. We eating good noodles every day. If you want some hot and spices from McDonald's, shoot me a DM. I may be feeling generous. But yeah, NFL is over, bro. It's time for the NBA Finals, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. It's basketball season, bro. Let me know who y'all got winning the NBA.
Bad Bunny Super Bowl halftime.
And you know what? Let me just say this. I wish I was a gambler because I would have like if I didn't even know the Super Bowl. This is how out of touch I am about like the sports. Didn't even know the Super Bowl was even happening. I remember like Super Bowl like being happening sometime around like the Christmas time or like New Year's or what wasn't it? Didn't it used to be like in January when it was like really bad snow? Remember the Super Bowl used to be really like snowing real bad and all fucked up right around Christmas time. So I thought that the whole football season had already had Super Bowl. That's how out of touch I was. Didn't even watch it. I was like, oh. But you know what? I might start betting on these games because they 33,000. That's man, somebody made 33,000 betting on the game. Man, what?
Show is looking to surpass Kendrick's from last year with over 127 million viewers worldwide. Wow. The other side, 3 million views. 1 million people waiting on YouTube. What the fuck is Rumble? I thought nothing was going to happen. I predicted even more people were going to watch due to the situations. I predicted that more people were going to watch than they did to Kendrick's, and we were all waiting for the freaking Drake beef and everything.
I mean, that would have been one hell of a damn bet right there. Who halftime show gonna do better, Bad Bunny or Kendrick Lamar? And I would have totally bet on Bad Bunny because there's too many people from like South America gonna watch that sucker. They fixing to support that. You know what I'm saying?
And this surpassed it. It was so beautiful. I'm going to make another video. That was so beautiful. Bringing out all the flags, even the American flag, putting everyone together despite the differences. He's still on that stage putting everyone together, but y'all just ill. I got to see EBT on the Super Bowl. Like, bro, that felt like, oh my God. Like I said, I'm going to do a whole, I'm going to finish the game and everything, but whoo. Bad Bunny.
This trend of Black
Somebody made more
Americans
money
learning
than that.
Spanish in order to be ready for the Super Bowl halftime show
Honey,
with Bad
football
Bunny
to me
has
is
got to
boring.
be
The
one of
whole
the
thing is boring.
funniest yet all-encompassing and
I mean, have y'all really like listened to football? Honey, I used to fall asleep when I was a baby. And honey, my dad would be watching football and my mom would be up in there cooking or whatever. Honey, I would be dozed off because like the sound of like the people talking about, yeah, he's at the 55-yard line, and then that like sound of the crowd in the background used to put me to sleep. The only time I used to get excited for football was during when I was in the band. Being in the band during football season is awesome. It's so fun. But just like sitting in the house, like unless you at a bar drinking or something like that and got some bets on it, maybe then like, oh shit, my bet, I said it was gonna be 6-1 or whatever. Now that's probably where it gets interesting. You have to be able to, in order for football, American football to really be interesting, you have to put some money on it. Then it makes sense. Because football to me is boring.
accurate depictions of who Black people are. We just want to see people win. Like anything that is against, white supremacy and, keeping us down, we will root for you. And I just wish that Black Americans and Latinos could really see how much we do have in common. We have similar histories, similar struggles. And if we could just come.
Is Bad Bunny Afro-Latina? Does anybody know? Would he be considered an Afro-Latino? Hey, Ozan from UA. No, it didn't. It was boring. I'm sorry. Golf and football sound the same to me. Like the actual, I think that basketball is way more like the commentators, they be like, whatever that's going on, it's way more like exciting than football. Football, with that sound of the crowd in the background and the people that like are announcing for it, they make that it's boring. It make it so boring, bro. Right. So he's Puerto Rican, but is he like Afro? Like, is he like a Black Puerto Rican or like a Taino and white Puerto Rican? I don't know. He looks kind of like mixed to me. I don't know.
Together and keep the same energy going, man, we'd be unstoppable. Imagine Black Americans and Latinos, man.
I ain't understand a lick of what Bad Bunny, aka Benito, was saying. But me, my daddy, and my man was cheering on like we did. He ate that. I'm a little upset, even though nobody confirming that Cardi didn't perform, but we did see Cardi on the little stage thing. So that was enough for me. And the fact that I know there are a lot of people who lack melanin who are fuming mad right now just makes his performance even that much better. Mm-hmm. And then when he came out with like all the Spanish and Latin flags and was naming them and all that, the icing on the cake.
And he also named Canada. Y'all probably didn't hear that, but he said Canada, blah, blah, blah. He actually named Canada. He named the entire continent of North and South America, bro. He had the Canadian flag up there as well.
Oh, I just watched the Super Bowl halftime with Bad Bunny. How many of you know what? How can I start this off? Okay, watching the Super Bowl halftime with Bad Bunny, I seen a lot of stuff that obviously I wasn't expecting. Nobody knows what to expect when they see the halftime. We don't know who they're going to bring out. They just surprise us, right, when it happens. But watching the Super Bowl halftime show, when Bad Bunny came out, I don't know what he is, Spanish or Latino, whatever he is, man, the performance was phenomenal.
Hey, why are you cursing though? Why you gotta put your middle finger up? I was just asking a question, bro. Chill. I was trying to understand because I didn't know. Football is more strategic like chess. If you know, you know. Hey, listen. Boring to me. Like I said, unless you're in the band and they like, okay, we're gonna play this song and you got another band on the other side and y'all having a battle. The battle of the bands happening during the football, that's when it's fun to me. When we had the band, man, that was football, but like just watching it on TV, nah. So Bad Bunny is not Afro-Latino. Okay, my bad. Taino is a language. It only became a subgroup because of Christopher Columbus. He is Puerto Rican, born in Puerto Rico, never lived in the United States. Okay. And so that explains why he can't speak English. So for them to be mad because he's not speaking in English, like, bro, of course not. He doesn't speak English. What are you talking about?
I loved it. I couldn't understand a damn thing that they were singing, but the music was a vibe. I love how they brought the culture into it, man, with them in the fields and coming from off the telephone power poles, the electric poles or whatever. And what I really loved the most was the flags that they held up during part of the halftime show with all the countries, man. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is because I believe that halftime show with Bad Bunny was a freaking slap in the face to Donald Trump and all those freaking ICE agents, man. Even though they didn't say anything, listen, y'all watch the halftime show over. If you got it on repeat, watch it again, man. There's a message in there. You notice a lot of the halftime Super Bowl commercials were of Spanish people, Latinos. Remember what Trump said a while ago? He said that they lived in a trash island off the water. Remember that stuff a while back, guys? I feel like this is why he wasn't there. I heard that they were even protesting outside of the Super Bowl about Trump, man. But the message to me was clear. A lot of y'all probably was rocking to the music and jamming and vibing, and it went over your head what was going on, especially when they held up all those flags. Y'all know that was a pure slap in the face to Trump and to ICE, right? Think about it, guys. Go back and watch it and leave me a comment and let me know what y'all think, man. Listen, I love this, man. I love it. I freaking love it. This is why Bad Bunny did not want to tour in the United States, because of situations like this. But they definitely made a statement. Stand up, Bad Bunny. Salute.
Do you want to know my takeaway from that performance just now? Not one word in English. I think he was gonna do a song in English, but because of how those idiots been talking about him up until that time, he's like, I'm gonna switch it up. And we're not going to do one word in English. Let's give them something else to talk about. Let them watch the entire show and don't have a clue what I'm saying. I love it. I love that. Not one word in English. He literally says, suck it. Those who don't know Spanish, suck it. And I love that. And to put the icing on the cake, that Grammy he gave to Liam, icing on the cake. Thank you. Thank you, Bad Bunny. Now I can take my sick self to bed.
All right, so I've been to Cuba. So what do you mean? How do you think black slaves learn how to speak Spanish? How did Africans get to South America? Learn your history of black people. I know my history of people in South America. What are you talking about? Puerto Rico has irrigation issue and it's dirty trash all over the streets. Didn't they have an entire freaking hurricane that hit there and destroyed the whole thing? Like, people are stupid, saying dumb stuff. I love Bad Bunny. Me too. Politics took away from the performance a little bit. Yes, it did. It certainly did.
Just like I said before, it has different interpretation. Like, I would say mixed feeling. Some people felt like it is the worst show ever. Why some people are so happy. Most of Black Americans, we are actually very glad that the one that had a lot of Black people, which is Seahawk, made it to the top. And that's what matters for them. In as much
right. So people are more happy. Okay, the Seahawks won and got more Black players. That's what they were about. I didn't know that's what people were talking about. So let's get back into the MAGA statement. Let's see what they're talking about. See, here we go again.
How are you not embarrassed at this point? Every single day you do your little show, you make your little complaint, and sometimes you grab a headline or two, but it's when you embarrass yourself that you do. And that is exactly what Megyn Kelly did. And the person embarrassing her, who made her freeze up, unable to speak, completely lose control, was Piers Morgan, of all people, who gave a really honest take in response to the MAGA outrage from the incredible and historic Bad Bunny halftime show. But what was truly historic was how quickly Megyn Kelly was able to break down. It was a complete disaster. I have a lot to say about her, but I want to start where her and Piers Morgan did before the clip in which he just couldn't get through it. Megyn Kelly started off pretty slow with Piers.
I got up this morning and I watched it all without reading anything about it. I just thought, I want to watch this completely clean without anyone's view contaminating my brain cells. And I watched all 15 minutes of it. And I've watched every halftime show going back 30, 40 years. I thought as a piece of theater, it was the best I've seen. Just the most extraordinary kind of Broadway on steroids piece of theater. I also thought it wasn't remotely divisive politically in the end. His Grammys speech was, but his performance, I thought, was actually a lot of things which I would have thought people on the conservative right would applaud. It was about love. A couple actually got married for real in the middle of it. He was preaching about unity, not just the United States of America, but the wider Americas. What was the problem, Megyn?
A certain male gesture is coming to mind, but I'm not sure I can do it on this show. No, it wasn't about what he was actually going to do during the middle of the Super Bowl performance. It's about him. It's about him being chosen as the Super Bowl performer, somebody who's been an outspoken critic, of course, of the Trump administration and of America and our anti-immigrant policies. This is long.
You know what's so crazy? They could have, there was one certain part of the whole thing where they could have got on it. You know what I'm saying? But everybody's so focused on the fact that he didn't speak English that they missed it, because they were skimming watching it. They were too busy yelling about, he's not speaking this. I'm sure when the whole performance was going on, they were in that room just seething and just talking about, look at this, blah, blah, blah. There was a camera pan where it was two dudes hunching each other. I don't know if anybody saw it. That part, I said, damn, they did. They hit it real quick. They pan right off of it. And I don't know if anybody else saw that. And I said, damn, what the hell was that about? Why they had to show that? But it was two dudes grinding on each other. Nobody mentioned that. Because that could have been something they could have said, they could have used. They're promoting LGBT, but nobody even mentioned it. There was two dudes. When they panned, I think they were by a car, and they showed all the people by the car. It was two dudes hunching each other. Nobody said nothing. That's how you know that this is not about really what they're saying it's about, because MAGA and conservative is 100% anti-LGBT. At least they pretend. They're more for the NAMBLA and things like that than they're pro NAMBLA. Let's go.
Long before the current controversy over ICE, he doesn't want illegals deported from this country. Well, too bad, because the majority of Americans do want that and are not shy about pushing for it. And that's why President Trump got elected. So he and his little buddies over at Green Day never miss a chance to bash the United States of America. I think those medications for your hip have gone too far. We need to dial back a pill or two. Okay. We want something that we can all understand. I don't think Bad Bunny used his appearance to bash America, but I can't be sure because I didn't see any subcaptions on his Spanish language.
But what about Pavarotti? What about Pavarotti?
America haters.
What about Pavarotti, who Donald Trump in 2016 in particular would use at every campaign rally? He's used it at the RNC, right, as a triumphant tub-thumping anthem. Well, no, hang on. Not only Pavarotti.
I've been to lots of Trump rallies. Pavarotti gets a song, maybe
but
two.
He sings, but when he sings Nessun Dorma in Italian, I don't see you leaping up and down going, I can't understand a word of it.
What's so funny about what Megyn Kelly just did there is she gave away the game. The outrage machine was going to be upset no matter what. You even saw some Republican commentators on Twitter delete their initial take. I saw one MAGA guy who his first response was, "This is a really nice show and it didn't get too political. I think Bad Bunny did a great job." And when he was being ratioed in his
Was he wearing a dress during the halftime? I thought he had on pants, like a white outfit that was like pants. I don't remember that part. So it was a transgender Puerto Rican who was killed by police. Okay, a homeless transgender. Okay, but yeah, they was just grinding it up. And okay, yeah, all right. So I said, well, like the Republicans, they're supposedly against that whole like thing about LGBT. And then she says, then why does Grindr crash every time they have a function? Talking about the Republican National Convention, where Grindr like completely crashed because they were trying to get it in, They were trying to get it in during the Republican National Convention, Oh, he wore a dress at a previous. Okay, well, shouts out to him for. I don't know what to say about that, but I'm just saying is that if they wanted to like actually point something out, they could have went ham on that, but they didn't because they're more focused on the whole immigration part of it all. They don't like the fact that he's going against Trump's little precious ICE
comments and MAGA was demanding outrage. He then made some stupid remark about how he should have been speaking English. It was nonsensical, but Megyn Kelly, no matter what, was going to be upset because that's how she gets her eyeballs. She's outraged. She's furious. How could they do this to our country? Oh my God. How could they do this? Megyn, it's a corporation. That is what the NFL is. It's not here to serve you. It's not the heart of the American identity. They play games in London. They play them in Mexico City. They play them in Brazil because it's a business. So if you have a problem with the NFL, you have.
And first of all, football is worldwide now. People need to cut it out. My cousin plays for the Canadian football team right now as we speak. And he's a star in Canada in the Canadian Football League. He played for the Bengals, and then, I think he played for the Bengals and another team. And then, he went to the Canadian football. I guess he more money that way. But who does Canada play against? They're not playing in the National Football League, but they're playing other countries in football. Why are we thinking that football is only an American sport? Right now, it has gone kind of semi-global. You have a whole international football league. So we need to cut this out. You know what I'm saying?
A problem with business, but you spend all your time bootlicking the fascists and the billionaires and the elites who you are one of, no matter what.
Wait, did he say bootlicking? Did he just say bootlicking? Oh my God. Oh, he said bootlicking. Oh, bootlicking has made it mainstream, guys. Just like, Tariq Nasheed had that whole thing with NBC saying FBA, and all of a sudden now FBA is mainstream. Well, the word bootlicking is now mainstream because now you have a white, very known podcaster talking about the word bootlicking. So bootlicking is now a mainstream word, guys.
What she says, Megyn Kelly spends her time in New York City. That's where she made her start, at the biggest watch cable network there is. She wants to tell you that she's not elite, but she is. She pretends to critique and tries to be outraged because it's the only way she can pay her bill.
No, honey, I have a cousin who plays for the Canadian football, actual real football league. Like just like they have the National Football League, they have the Canadian. And then they also go over to different countries and play other countries in American football, so-called, Black Americans only see slavery from their own point of view. Sir, I've been to Cuba. Shut up. You don't know, like you're speaking to a choir, bro. I've been to Cuba. I got initiated into Orisha in Cuba. I've been to Cuba, sir. And I know that they were former slaves because my religion of being into the Orisha faith makes you have to go through the entire slavery situation to even understand what they went through. Oh, okay. Bootlicking has always been mainstream talk. Okay, I've never heard a white person say bootlicking. That's something new to me. The CFL, don't they play? I thought it was called the International Football League or something like that. Okay, so it's the CFL, but don't they play other countries as well, like other different, or is that only like in basketball? That shows you how much I don't follow the shit. I know they have basketball leagues that's like international, but they don't have the Canadian Football League. Do they play people in other countries? The book losing money because they're not sticking to the core audience, trying to please everyone and making it soft. Or they're losing money because people are broke because it's a fucked up economy, bro. NFL and CFL. So does anybody from international play with the CFL? Like, do they have an Italian football league that goes over to Canada and plays them? Or is it only like Canadian countries that play? Okay. Okay, exhibition. Yeah, so my cousin is in the CFL right now. And he played for the Bengals at one point.
And get the attention that she needs. But what she doesn't do, what Megyn Kelly surely doesn't do, is come prepared. And that is why Piers Morgan, who is pretty level in this clip, just picked her apart. Megyn Kelly struggled to answer. It was tough for her to respond. And more than anything, she just looked desperate and sad.
I'm sorry, Piers, but to get up there and perform the whole show in Spanish is a middle finger to the rest of America. Who gives a damn that we have 40 million Spanish speakers in the United States? We have 310 million who don't speak a lick of Spanish. This is supposed to be a unifying event for the country, not for the Latinos, not for one small group, but for the country. We don't need a Black national anthem. We don't need a Spanish-speaking, non-English performer, and we don't need an ICE or America hater featured as our primetime entertainment.
Okay, what is the national language, officially the national language of the United States of America?
I mean, English. And there's been a push for many years to make it an official,
you don't have one.
Documented thing.
You don't have one.
If you would have let me finish my comment, I would have pointed that out, but people have been pushing to make it official.
Okay,
right,
so you're trying to make official.
This attitude that you have right here is why you in Great Britain have lost your culture. You ceded your culture to a bunch of radical Muslims who came in and took over, and now it's gone. We're not allowing that here, whether it's Hispanic.
But I don't think that the NFL losing money over 10 years has anything to do with the halftime show. I think it's because of all the rules and stuff, like all the like kind of dirty stuff they used to be able to do. The new rules have like kind of like cut like all that like little things they used to be able to do. Now there's all these like, referee rules that kind of made the game kind of like real sanitized. That's what I believe. I don't believe it's because of the halftime show, for real. With all due respect.
Whether it's Muslim, it's not happening in the United States of America. That's why President Trump was elected. And whether it's Bad Bunny, who is American but refuses to speak English in his performances, or anybody else, we have to keep the Super Bowl, which is a quintessential American event. Football, that kind of football, is ours. They call it American football. And the halftime show and everything around it needs to stay quintessentially American. Not Spanish, not Muslim, not anything other than good old-fashioned American apple pie. There should be a meatloaf, maybe some fried chicken, and an English-speaking performer. That's what the Super Bowl should be.
English is not our language. That is what America is about. There are countless languages spoken every day in this country. And just because you don't understand them, Megyn, doesn't mean, one, that you have to, or two, that it's about you. Bad Bunny wasn't speaking Spanish to upset people. It's because that's the language he speaks in his songs. He was going to perform in Spanish, not to spite the right. This isn't about you. It's because he wanted to put on a fun show. And if you could stop being a stick in the mud for even just a fucking second and relax, maybe you would have loosened up a little bit. All these people are so tight and so angry and waiting to have some, overblown reaction to something that they don't understand. Being a conservative, as we've said again and again, is fundamentally about misunderstanding and misrepresenting art and politics. They admit every single day that they are dumb and that they are incapable of trying.
Halftime need to speak English. Words like bang with the bang, the bang, the bang, diddy, diddy, up jumps the boogie with the bang, bang. That's funny. Whoever wrote that is funny. That is hilarious. That's funny. That you get like, listen, I'm gonna give you some props. So that was you. That your joke skills was on point with that one. That was good. What language is on the dollar bill? Latin. Is Latin. Coeceptus ortum and seclorum, whatever the fuck it is. Seclorum and coeceptus orum seclorum or some shit like that. Coeceptus ordo seclorum, announcing the coming of a new world order. Coeceptus ordo seclorum. And I actually learned. I didn't take an actual language. I took Latin because I thought I was going to be a lawyer at some point. What are you talking? No one said I'm justifying the whole history of slavery, sir. You just want to argue. Be quiet, bro. You just want to say something, bro. You try to make it sound I didn't understand the Latin slave trade, and now you just want to just yell for no fucking reason. Shut up. Suavemente. Viva la. She need to go back to England. Suavemente. Exactly. That was funny. You know what? We need to be talking about like some real English language, like bang bang booger to the up jump boogie to the boogity bead. No, you're right. That's part of people have been losing interest. Halftime shows have been trashed too to contribute it. Viewership numbers can be manipulated, but you can't manipulate like 150 some thousand or million people watching it. Come on now. Go to another country. They don't change anything. Perform. People want to keep saying about going to another country. We're in America. We don't have to go to another country, bro. This is American politics. This is what's going on here. No one gives a fuck about what's going on in other countries, bro. What are we talking about?
Trying to understand something that isn't served up and nice and clear to them. The best example of this, remember towards the end of the 2024 election, when MAGA wanted to make it a huge scandal that Joe Biden said that Trump supporters were trash on a call that like got leaked. It was like a fundraising call. And then Megyn Kelly dressed up for Halloween in a trash bag. That was not the own that you think it was. Okay, Megan, that was not owning the left. You didn't really get us libs with that one. But that's what they think because they're reactionary, they sound dumb, and they make themselves look stupid. Bad Bunny's show couldn't have been more patriotic. It was about America, and it couldn't have been more in line with quote unquote conservative values. It was football, it was fun, it was dancing, it was family. People were getting proposed, engaged, married. Well, Megan, he orchestrated a wedding. It was a wedding. He officiated the wedding. I don't know. You can't argue with these people because as she already told us, her reaction was pre-planned. She was going to pretend to be upset. She was going to pretend to be outraged, and she wasn't the only one because the outrage machine needs more than Megyn Kelly and needs Jesse Waters to be a dick too.
I like the Super Bowl not to be an international event. I like it when we kind of all come together as Americans, especially when it feels like the NFL is just using it as a marketing ploy to recruit Latin American audience on the heels of Latin America invading this country. 20 million pouring in, and that's what you see. You see all these foreigners speaking a foreign language with foreign flags marching into the camera like a caravan. Too soon. Listen, this was an open borders moment. Everybody knows it. That's what's going on here. And all the reporters.
This is a grown man, mind you, who is constantly talking about masculinity, complaining about a halftime show. Really, Jesse? That's what got you? The halftime show? Currently, the federal government is orchestrating a broad cover-up of a pedo ring, and you're upset about a halftime show. Donald Trump's post last night was chock full of hypocrisy, but the idea that he would suggest, and that MAGA has suggested, that the dancing wasn't fit for children, neither is the president of the United States, but you've elected him twice. So do not get me started. I do not want to hear it, especially from Jesse Waters. All this guy ever does is complain and bitch and moan and whine, and that is fundamentally what MAGA is about. There was a culture war last night that MAGA wanted. Bad Bunny didn't want it. He was just there to have fun, and for that very reason, he won it handily. If the conservative movement is going to be about complaining constantly, is going to be antagonistic, is going to just be a bunch of scolds, then they are what they framed us as so long ago. The blue-haired whiner. But now these people are doing it in their, $1,000 suits in an ivory tower in New York City where they shoot Fox News. You people are elites, complaining that you hate elites while making millions of dollars doing it. What are you talking about? That is your business model. And it's so funny to see them attack it when that is how they get paid. And it wasn't just Jesse Waters. It was Sage Steele as well. The complaining just didn't stop.
I thought the traditional halftime show was fascinating. How's that for a generic word, Martha? Honestly, I was so interested to watch and to try to see if he was going to come with some of the hate that he came with when it was announced that he was doing this 4 months ago. And the problem is I couldn't understand a darn thing he said. He warned us 4 months ago saying, if you want to understand what I'm saying at halftime in 4 months, learn the language. Didn't prompt me to go learn Spanish any better. And I'm sure millions of Americans agree with that.
I can't believe these people can do this with a straight face, and that they aren't humiliated by themselves, and that they don't see their desperation. Just enjoy it. It's not all about you.
It's not all about you. It's not all about whether you can understand it. Oh, it's a different language. Oh, boo-hoo-hoo. Man, come on, bro. What do you have to say about this whole thing? Welcome to the channel, WL Nation.
Whoa, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me up. And I just get bored of things like this. It's no different from when if you come to say Nevada, California, New Mexico, and Mexico, right? The Pacific Ocean. You're going to learn how to speak Spanish. Because that's all they do is speak Spanish. If you have a problem with people who are especially born in America, learning how to speak that type of stuff, then you don't belong in that area. What happened last night to me was revolutionary. I didn't even see the halftime show until I came home last night. And the brother, he basically did no different from what Kendrick Lamar did last season. What Kendrick Lamar did was revolutionary as well. He was speaking what was unjustified and was speaking about justice. I don't know anything about Bunny, but yet I learned very quickly when people like Megyn Kelly make fun of, or she was in her bag today. I mean, literally in her bag. But as black people in America, are we shocked? Are we surprised? Are we surprised at her bigotry? Absolutely not. I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked when Donald Trump put out that meme or that AI video of Michelle Obama and Barack Obama being monkey. I said, why are we in an uproar?
Yep.
It just makes it even more. You're just revealing the onion. Every time you do that, you just keep peeling the onion back and revealing your true nature. That's all you're doing is revealing your true nature.
See, she said, yes, it was beautiful. With all this hate, brought tears to my eyes. You know, people people really like love the show, and people want to focus on it wasn't in English, or you know what I'm saying.
Wait. Where do you get your English from? England.
But isn't English a Latin language? Half
I don't know. You
Germanic?
tell me. I don't know. You tell
It's
me.
Germanic. I'm sorry. Okay.
I got another one for you. Who's your representative if you decide to fight for reparations and you finally get the lawyer that you need to get your reparations? Who's your representative? Britain.
Right. The UN is right now even the ones talking about reparations and all this other stuff. And I want to even like get into this FBA thing, because now you have the FBA people talking about, oh, well, you know what? FBA has now become mainstream because somebody mentioned them on NBC News or ABC. And now all of a sudden they're like, oh, yeah, well, FBA is mainstream now. Watch this, y'all.
Tucker.
Oh my goodness. So as I've said before, if a win can be taken away from you at the simple click of a button, then that's not a win, Pimpin'.
He's out of line, but he's right.
This is something that I echoed in the previous video when I was talking about Shabuzi, when it came to, hey, we should be trying to go for power, not acknowledgement, right? Not trophies. We should be trying to go for power. We should be trying to secure power, because when you don't secure power, this is what happens. And what I'm referring to is, a group of African Americans who identify themselves as FBA, Foundational Black Americans. And there was a clip that was done via ABC, and ABC mentioned, this group of African Americans. And just like that, within a day's time, the clip is gone. It's been eradicated from the internet. It's not on an ABC website. It's not on their YouTube page. They privated the video. It's no longer there. And, the problem is that many of these people were celebrating this. Oh, we made it. Look, they think it's just an online thing. Look, we made it. And I was completely just perplexed by this Sambo.
And here's the thing. People want to say, oh, he's the amazing butt cause. Well, I'm going to say what? I'm going to tell you this. Whatever you want to call him, he's calling the truth. Because let me say this. Just because they mentioned, this is another thing. When that one dude went against the guy that was in Florida, and he said FBA and called him a tether, whatever the guy is from Florida running for Senate or whatever, with the white guy.
Byron
Donalds. And what was the other guy that's going against him? Is he Hispanic or white or whatever? Like, I think it's a Hispanic dude.
Going against him.
Whoever his runner said, Byron Donald is a tether, and he's not even from America, and this, that, the other. All the FBA people, they ate it up. They would see, we done made it now because a white person that called a person a tether. What?
They're all balls.
Crazy. Like, so their validation comes from white people saying the same word and using it in on the news.
House Negro mentality. Damn. Because first and foremost, the fact that they even are aware of the term should give you pause, right? Anytime the lineage of evil is aware of what y'all are trying to do, that should give you pause. You should be like, wait, hold up. We gotta recalculate this, because they have the resources, they have the allies to try and bring about, counter opposition. The second part is, well, if y'all know this, right? Because this isn't the first time they probably heard this. If y'all know this, why haven't you been advocating on our behalf this entire time? Why haven't you been putting out videos that, that are putting, reparations and our agendas to the forefront? No, all this is the same thing when it came to Nancy Pelosi and the Kente Clause. That's all this is. This is just, a pat on the head. It's acknowledgement. And the issue that I have really is that somehow tangibles transformed into acknowledgement.
Damn.
Tangibles transformed into delineation.
Damn.
It's now no longer about, hey, well, I want tangibles, I want this, and this. Now it's about, well, I want to delineate. And that right there strikes me as, COINTELPRO operation, which I've said before, what I believe this to be.
Hold on real quick. If he was determined to sing in the language of his birth, then maybe moving forward, he get paid in the currency from the country he was born in. Just a thought. Well, honey, he's in Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is an American commonwealth, and so the currency is American dollars. So yeah, so he'd be getting paid in American dollars. You sound stupid. There you go. So let's go back to what I was even playing.
A COINTEL operation. Because when black people were talking about tangibles, they were actually looking at who is offering them, what are they offering us? It very quickly switched to, well, delineation. Don't worry about tangibles. We got to delineate first. That's what we have to focus on. And it's like, yo, that's a trick bag. That's a trick bag in the most sense of the word, because this right here shows you, hey, without power, you have nothing.
Wake up, nigga.
Because the moment in time you get comfortable and start celebrating the lease.
Go ahead.
Okay. This is what frustrates me. First, it was all about reparations. Then it's all about tangibles. I was with them on the tangible part. But then when you going on lineage and then you going on terrorism, I'm like, what are we doing? Your base is based upon making fun of people. You have proven yourself to be no different than the Klan. It screams horror at that point, because all you're doing is attacking other people and not going based upon your main focus is in that to get either tangibles or reparations. And I'm telling you, you're not going to get reparations because you don't even know who you are. And lineage, who are you trying to separate from? You're trying to separate from yourselves. Selves meaning, if you, ma'am, DJ Genesis, are, let's just say, Jamaican, and I am American African, and you're trying to separate from me, all you're doing is separating from yourself. But guess what? You don't respect, but some of these fools don't even respect women. So you go ahead.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? They don't even like the women, because they'll talk about Black American women, and then they'll be passport brothers at the same time. So it's like, what are you talking? Like, half of these guys that like are in this FBA movement also are married to women of other races, which is crazy to me.
You then stop wanting to own.
Damn.
You have to understand two different things: the lease and ownership. This whole ABC segment, y'all see just as quickly as they gave it to you, they can take it away. And all these Negroes is still, they saved the video. I mean, that's as pathetic as it gets to me, honestly. I'm like, bro, toss that aside. That's nothing. That means nothing. The moment, you're celebrating a video, because the video didn't give you reparations. The video didn't stop police brutality. The video didn't stop any, doctors letting Black women die in the hospitals, or letting them, not have care for them and send them on their way so they can have their babies in their cars. The video didn't help as far as the education system in the communities. The video didn't stop gentrification. All it was acknowledgement.
I miss you like a hog miss fly, like a baby miss mammy titty.
And if that's what you want, that's what you get. And it seems that is what Black people in this country have wanted. Politically speaking, that is. That's what they've wanted, and that's what we've received. We received a pat on the head. So when you then complain, well, what about this people? What about that people? What about that people? They don't stop just at acknowledgement. They want action behind that acknowledgement. That's great that you don't agree with Candace Owens and the anti-Semitism. How are you going to show that?
You want me to kiss your, that's right, apologize.
Tell me what you're going to do to put this belief into action. That's how they work. But it seems that due to the I don't know, like I said, post-traumatic slave syndrome, due to that slave syndrome that we have, we just want acknowledgement. We just want that pat on the head. And that is not going to cut it. And I say that to say this, because there is a fight in San Francisco regarding reparations. And to be honest with you, I think that people who are raising money, whether it's for schools, museums, books, documentaries, whatever it is, I think what should be happening is that money should be raised to put Black people through law school. That's what should be happening. It should be raised to put, if Black people are in law school, it should be raised to get them half of the way, the rest of the way there. That's what it should be used to. It should be used, as a war chest to fund our freedom fighters. That's what it should be used to, not to line the pockets of people who are hustling the community. So when we look at what's going on in San Francisco with reparations, they're trying to bring forth reparations to African Americans who are descendants of chattel slavery, and they're having an obstacle. Now, naturally, that's obviously going to happen, but people are.
What's happening is that Tariq Nasheed is saying that it's all the part Jamaican people that are in Congress that are stopping this, the people that are a part of the Urban League, that they're actually the ones getting in between the whole reparations argument. I'm not sure how true that is, but I do want to address the entire 40 acres and a mule. Based on what I know, that was not for everybody. That was only for the Civil War, people that were in the Civil War. They were supposed to get the 40 acres, and I think they actually got it, but then it got taken away or something like that. So I don't know. I gotta go back on the video I did with Baba Yashabaya, but he did talk about that in the hidden government.
Filing lawsuits. And this is where I would argue, I think there should be more of these, because the more lawsuits you file, the more you get to see where the gaps are. You get to see, where the countersuits are coming from. What are they arguing? This violates law, or this violates that. But in this lawsuit in San Francisco, what they're saying is now they're attacking lineage. That's what they're attacking. They're attacking ancestry. That, hey, you can't do a law based off of race and ancestry. And what they argue is that it has to have strict scrutiny. That when you look at what they're trying to do in San Francisco, they're talking about, hey, there's going to be tax incentives, there's going to be education incentives, there's going to be a cash payment. Like, they're trying to do the works. And, these group of, lineage of evil, these racists are like, nah, that violates this, and this. Even in California, 209, you can't.
Didn't Megyn Kelly call California like the left, the far left, something crazy word?
Mm-hmm.
Is it because that they're doing this type of thing?
She said all types of shit.
And give incentives to someone based off of their race or their ancestry. So that's what they're trying to fight. I think this case right here is extremely important in the fulfillment of reparations going forward, because you can see how they're attacking. Because if you look at the Japanese, and this is something I've mentioned before, we can just copy what they've done and what other groups have done. And when you look at reparations for, Black Americans or descendants from slavery, right, chattel slavery, well, the crucial argument, the difference that I've seen is that when it came to the Japanese, they didn't say, hey, this is solely for the Japanese, because that's what they argue in their lawsuit, is that, hey, you're gatekeeping via race or ancestry. Now, when it came to Japanese, it was more focused on the event, right? If you happen to be in this event, you get reparations, okay? And now it just so happened to coincide that the only people in this event happen to be of this race. Versus, hey, only this race gets these reparations. Versus how you would have to frame it is that, hey, if you happen to be a slave during this period of time and were negatively impacted by the segregation laws and whoop-de-whoop, yada, 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 that qualifies you for reparation. So it's very different, very nuanced how you have to frame things to be legally sound. So that is, from what I've read of the lawsuit, that is the crux of the argument. Hey, you're doing this off of, race and ancestry. But in addition to that, what the law also tries to argue is that, hey, if there is an alternative, a race-neutral alternative, you should have to seek that first, okay? That if you, even if it is a race or ancestry that has been harmed.
But here's the thing. Isn't Trump trying to also get control of Cuba? So what happens if Cuba becomes an American colony, right? Will we say that they are not entitled to reparations as well because they were slaves as well?
She's trying to get a hold of Cuba, Mexico, Canada.
Right. If he gets, if he in a weird world, he actually is able to do what he wants to do. Because what I heard, he was trying to get control of the entire Caribbean.
Mm-hmm.
And say that happens. So now do they get reparations? Like, so now does this FBA argument still make sense? Because now those places will then become an American colony. Or is it that no, it's about like the FBA, the foundational blacks that only were brought over directly from Africa into Virginia, and those supposedly that were here as Indians and Native Americans that were already so-called here, they're the only ones entitled to reparations. That's where the whole thing to me gets sticky at. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Let's just say that does happen. Let's just say Donald Trump gets all four. You still need your representative to sign that off. That's just like taking it to the House, let the House decide on it, taking it to the Senate decides on it, then it goes on Trump's desk. Is Trump going to sign it?
Hell no.
We can continue.
Hell no. And you know what else is he's also doing simultaneous is getting rid of dual citizenship. So it's almost like he's trying to make it so that we can't even go out of the country and have a dual citizenship in different countries.
Oh, that's okay because South Africa doesn't want you anyway because they blocked.
But I'm just saying is that imagine how many people have went over to Africa and have land there, and probably also have land here, and then they're going back and forth doing business. Even the Africans that did come over here and are sending money back have a citizenship in here and then also somewhere. He's trying to get rid of that altogether to where you can't come over to America and be a citizenship of both. So
he can't necessarily decide that, but Trump has no jurisdiction. So,
well, I know that's what he's doing. I actually have a video discussing that he's getting rid of dual citizenship.
If there is a race-neutral alternative that will give the same outcome, a similar outcome, that is the solution. And then you start to think about, now I understand why they have these race-neutral laws that, they have in certain black neighborhoods, or they have for, black communities, or they try to do for black people. Nevertheless, I just wanted to put that out here by saying, don't latch on to the ABC News story. Don't latch on to anything these demons give you. This is like doing a deal with the devil. You should not even have been celebrating that video, because what that relates to them is like, look, we gave them a little video, gave them a little bit of acknowledgement, and they think it's the end of the world. They think, oh, we made it. And they just took it away from you.
Wake up, nigga.
And this is a bigger issue that I've brought up in previous videos, and that has to do with, hey, quality control. You can create.
And here's the thing. People want to say, oh, you got amazing doofus up there, whatever they want to call him. But honey, he's making a lot of sense. I don't care what nobody says. He makes a lot of sense. When he breaks things down, it makes a lot of sense to me. So that's why I enjoy covering.
I have a funny story. I have a real funny
but I know that at one point he was very Republican and very at one point, but now he's changed his content up, and I actually enjoy some of the things he has to say.
Yeah, he. I mean, we don't agree with everything, but as far as this FBA phony Black American shit, we agree 1,000%, fam. 1,000%.
Right.
As a matter of fact, he has FBAs call on his show all the time, and they call him a Cuban Jew or something like that. And he said, right, I'm the one that took over you. I'm the one that took over you and did all types of explicits to you. What you gonna do about it, fam? It's like, we invented this, we invented that, we invented the sneaker, we made the Timberland boot popular. I'm like, okay, do you own and control the Timberland boot?
Don't own shit. Talking about what we created and don't own nothing. Don't have a factory nowhere, nothing. Show me a factory though. Show me where your factory is. We created this, we created that. Even
I rest my case.
your music is owned by record labels. You don't own nothing. You don't own and control anything. You just like, oh, we created it though. Okay, well, if someone was able to trick you out of what you created, what do you have? Nothing.
Sam Cooke owned his own publishing. Sam Cooke is a Pan-African. No, he ain't. He's not a Pan-African. Yes, he
And
is.
didn't he also get killed by like a foreign lady or whatever? Like,
ooh, what about
didn't he
that?
like isn't it like something like he was found on a toilet where like he got drugged or something like by some like foreign woman?
He
So
got.
some kind of
They say he
crazy
got beat with
story
a
about-
baseball bat or something.
Right, and wasn't it like a foreign lady that he was like fooling around with and
Fooling around with, and they basically set him up, and then bam, that was it. Prince, Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston. What if I said they were Pan-African? No, they're not Pan-African. Does it
I mean,
make a
Whitney
damn
Houston
difference?
went over to Israel. Do you know that the Israelites are also Pan-African? You can't tell me they're not. Because why would they go over to like Israel and then try to make it into Africa and say that they were the bearings, whatever that slab, that like little cut, whatever, off of Egypt, that actually was one thing, and Israel is actually Northern Africa.
I mean, there's a
That's
reason why
Pan-Africanism.
Napoleon cut off your nose. Oops.
Man,
Despite the
child.
base.
You understand what I'm saying? That type
the
of
term FBA and try to say, well, it's not a group, it's a lineage. And if that's the case, by all means, it's a lineage. So be it, okay? If you're a Black American, you want to go under the term of FBA, by all means. But understand there are people who don't want to go under that term. They want to stay as Black American or they want to stay as African and still be a part of that lineage. So be it. But what you also have to understand is that upon you labeling yourself as such, you have got to have some quality control, okay? Because when you start being labeled as a hate group or a xenophobic group, or you have people who identify themselves as FBA that are spewing anti-African, or anti-immigrant, whatever it is, whatever, the hate speech is that they want to call it, you have to understand that is guilt via association. Now, that one person or that two people or that three people, however it is, they are a negative reflection on the group. Because I would argue that upon a few people just saying, hey, this is the leader of this group, this is what these FBA people have been talking about when it comes to immigrants, when it comes to Africans, they're very pro-MAGA, yada, yada, yada. Listen, dunzo. Dunzo. Just like that. Because no one wants to be associated with that, and no one wants to even be accused of platforming a hate group.
He's out of line, but he's right.
That's what you have to understand. That's the fringe part of the internet. That's not going to be on mainstream media. That's not what's going to happen. So that's another issue that has to be taken into account. Like I said, there can be no code without code enforcers. Anyways, guys, that's the video. Let me know what you guys think, whether or not Lucas, actually, I don't know. What's the alternative perspective here? I don't understand. I mean, it's clear as day that, hey, the goal should be power. The goal should not be a shout out, bruh. Y'all celebrating over a shout out. Okay, that's insane. And it's not even a shout out by your own people. It's a shout out by the lineage of evil. ABC. Who owns ABC, fam? Do you think those are FBA? Do you think those are Black Americans? Oh, we're going to give them this one. And it's Black History Month, okay? I find it interesting that when Kamala Harris is referring to reparations or anything, oh, that's pandering, right? When it comes to a Black man, it's pandering. But you got ABC talking about, oh, the FBA and, this is what they've done. Oh, yeah, look, we made it. Y'all gotta check yourself. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. All right, come on now. Anyways, I think he makes a good point. It doesn't matter where you come from. He makes a good point. You make a good point, you make a good point. Don't matter to me.
Well, wait. Are we in LA? I didn't know we were in LA. Are you a blood? You must be blood, and I must be a Crip. Because usually people who are from that area, if you get trolled by them, they usually say the same thing. Where you from? Where you from?
What set you claim?
What set you claim?
What set you claim?
I'll show you where your mama stay.
You got that blue outfit on. You know, this is a red place. You can't have like, you know what I'm saying?
If you don't get your and I'm not saying that people don't. I'm not saying black folks don't work. I'm not saying that they don't work as hard as the average person, which we do. But for you to talk this much for this long and not own a lick of land anywhere, somebody told me that they got reparations due to some houses that they bought. I said, okay, do you own the land from it? Ow. Okay, then you don't own the house. You may own the deed to the house, but you don't own it unless you pay it off.
Yeah, you don't.
And then, unless you pay
still
off
paying
that land
taxes
that it's
and
on,
everything. And
you
Donald
still
Trump
gonna be
trying to make
paying
it so that
taxes.
you have to like get like a 50-year mortgage. So you won't even be able to own, like, you know, y'all talk about how Africa makes you have to do a 99-year land lease or whatever. But honey, a 50-year mortgage? Most people
let me ask you, Queen. Let me ask you, Queen. Seriously, what do you think of what is your opinion about that?
A 50-year mortgage? That's to like make it so we could never own the house ever. Never own it outright. So
I rest my case.
But I want
it's bad enough. It's bad enough that we're paying 30-year mortgages. A 50-year mortgage?
You'll never own that house. By the time you retire, you're gonna still owe money, and then if you pass on,
your kids is gonna get it, and they gonna be paying
inherit a debt. You know. So let's go into this. I would like to talk about. So he talks about the same thing about this whole news story. Let's go into it.
About the thing about foundational Black Americans. If you haven't seen it, it was all on the internet a few days ago about. Let me give you a screenshot real quick. Let me give you a screenshot. Everybody who was somebody who was FBA was sharing this, in particular, Tariq Nasheed. But let me show you what happens. Most people don't understand how this stuff works. So, in news, if you're going to promote something, you can call the news and ask them to cover it, right? If anybody knows promoters, you can call the news and say, I want to promote an event. I want you to cover this event, et cetera, et cetera. You pay a few dollars and you can be on the news to promote an event. So with FBA, what they did was someone from FBA paid for a spot with ABC to superimpose FBA, Foundational Black American, term over top of Black History Month. Now, unbeknownst to ABC News, they took the money and ran the ad or ran the little spot. The moment that they found out that, hold up, this is a part of a xenophobic, crazy group of people on the internet, they pulled the ad. Now, the creator of FBA comes back and says, oh, it's too late that you pulled it. It's already out there. It's mainstream. It's mainstream. Let me explain something to you. FBA is not mainstream because it goes on ABC News. These FBAs are so tarded that they don't understand that you can pay for a slot. You have to go out and come in, Fitty. Can everybody hear? Fitty say he can't hear. Tell Fitty go out and come in. People don't know that you can pay for a slot on any news broadcast. You mean Tariq did it with the Hidden History Museum. Anybody remember? I'm gonna have to cover this. You know what I mean? I'm gonna have to cover this tomorrow. You know what I mean? With that Dr. Assar, I'm gonna have to cover this tomorrow and show you how it works. But Dr. Assar can attest to this. Dr. Assar has a restaurant here. And if he wanted them to cover the restaurant, he could call the news and say, listen, we're having a grand opening at this restaurant. We're going to enrich the community, et cetera, et cetera. And however they work it out, the people will come out there and cover the restaurant.
And let me tell you something else the news does, right? All of your people that are like so-called subject matter experts, that you'll see them get up there and they'll say, they'll make up a fake news story and say, you know, this person, this, that, the other happened, blah, blah, blah. And then this person knows about how this whole thing works, right? And it might be about plumbing, right? So this house had a bad plumbing problem and this, that, the other. But we're here with such and such plumbing, and he's going to tell you how to get your plumbing. Say it's about like making sure your house is winter ready, right? They will have a person, and it will seem like it's an actual news story. Yesterday, a house flooded out in North so-and-so, and this guy is a subject matter act. They'll do a story about that. The person will seem like he's coming up there as a subject matter expert in the thing. You have no idea that he paid for that spot. The story is contrived. There was no real situation, but they made this situation just to be able to like say that this guy as a subject matter expert is going to now speak on the subject. The news does it all the time. The news is really an advertising platform. It's not really like what you think it is. The news is not necessarily the news, you know? Anyone can go to the news and pay a certain amount of money, and then that they will make the story and make up a story, and then the person will seem like they are an expert, and then they can say as seen on X amount YZ news station. And if you, that's how you know that they paid for advertisement, because when they say as seen on, that means that they paid for advertisement on this news channel to like promote their product, whatever they're doing, you know.
If they want to cover you, they'll cover you. But you have to have something for them to cover.
Right. But you can just make that whole thing up. There's actually companies that you pay and they can get you on the news, and they will make up a fake story or make up a situation to like have a news story about it, and then have you come on as a subject matter expert. And now you seem like you are just commentating on the subject, not so much promoting your business. And it's a subliminal, like it's product placement on a subliminal level. So that's what he's talking about, is that, you know, it looks like this is a real story about Black history, but really it was a paid advertisement. That's for FBA. Let's go.
But now what could happen is they're like, hold up, is this restaurant pushing separatists amongst their own people? Oh no. And they can pull the ad. They can pull it quickly. They can pull everything. So that appears to be what happened with this spread on ABC News. Now, with that being said, Tariq comes back Monday Night Quarterback and says that, oh, it's too late now. It's already done. It's already done. No, it ain't. Because when you look at how it went down, it's actually pretty shameful. It's actually pretty bad that your name is so dirty that soon as somebody find out about you, FBA, that they want to distance themselves from you. It's pretty bad. So you don't get a little fake win and say, oh, it's mainstream. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's still the same old internet cult. It's still the same old internet cult. And let me say something. I don't know if you've been paying attention. Another thing I want to go to, if anybody looked at the Super Bowl yesterday, if anybody looked at the Super Bowl yesterday, FBA is losing horribly. They are losing horribly, family. Understand what I'm saying. The reason I mean they're losing horribly, so on the internet, people believe that FBA is getting a win. Now, one thing about me, I'm for my people. I'm for.
Hey, welcome. Thank you for that. It's called astroturfing. I never heard of that word for that, but okay, if that's what it's called. But yeah, it's like fake news made to seem like it's real just to promote a product, and then having like some fake subject matter expert talk about something when in actuality he's just promoting his brand.
It's right. It is what it is. I'm for those who acknowledge truth. It is what it is. However, there is a vibration that's going on around the planet right now, especially an ethnic community, right? Who watches ABC anyway? I'm not into Puerto Rican music, but when you see the Super Bowl halftime and you see all of the flags of North America with all of the lighter to the dark melanated people, I ain't know what they talking about in the Super Bowl. Makes no difference to me because I don't watch sports anyway. I don't indulge in unless I'm trying to figure out what's going on. So I don't indulge in those types of things. But what I can tell you is this. That while FBA is struggling, they are struggling to maintain this insane idea that it's okay for melanated people in America to be on the island by itself. The world is pushing past them. The whole world is pushing past them. Even if people still have them little racial hangups, even if people are online faking like they not racist and whatever the case may be, the imagery that is being pushed is actually pushing right past you. It's pushing right past you. Look at the imagery. So even if they're faking, with all of this melanated unity, even if they're faking, the energy that is going out into the universe, it ain't fake. And the children in the public, the millions and millions of people seeing it, that ain't fake. So FBA, you're losing. You're looking crazy out here. Now, that don't mean that you gotta hug and kiss and hold hands with other nations or nationalities of people. That don't mean that.
Can you pause
But
for a
it
second?
does mean that we should be able to respectfully coexist.
You know how they say what you put out in the universe, when he talks about energy, when you put out negative energy, what comes back to you? Negative energy.
Negative energy, exactly.
And it comes back to you 10 times. What does FBA usually put out? They don't put
Negative
anything
energy.
about they don't put anything about helping the youth or feeding the poor. No, they just put out, our ancestors owned this, and this. We created this, and this. And I was like, fine, that may be true in a sense. But you saying you concentrate on one thing and then go after another, and that be your very thing that you go after, and that's people from other countries, people basically who look like you, but they just speak a different language. You're just messing up your whole cool. And you get mad when one person says that immigrants built America. That might not be true, but is that your focus? If a country singer who is black from Nigeria says that very thing, wouldn't you want to be the one to say, let's prove this brother wrong with our actions, not with our words, not with our ignorance, but with our intelligence and with our actions? We're supposed to be males, right? We're supposed to be males. We're supposed to be these builders. What have we built? The whole thing's jacked up. The whole thing is jacked up. The more negative energy you put out there, the more people see for who you truly are. You ain't nothing but the Klan, fam. You're proven to be nothing but the Klan. You are nothing like, you are more like that brother who retired from the Klan. You know who I'm talking about?
Who retired from the Klan?
There's this particular brother, I forgot what his name was, but he was the leader of the Green Dragon.
Was it David Icke? Was it David Icke?
I think that was his name, yes. But he
Probably
plays
not.
country.
Hold on. No, okay, country music. I don't know who that is. I don't know. I think David Icke was a conspiracy theorist. Maybe I'm wrong.
No. He as a matter of fact, he debuted on either the Ricky Lake show or on Jerry Springer show. Either one. And he showed his clan robes and everything. I have to show you the picture. I have to even email you the picture. But that'd be nothing different. That'll be nothing different. But I just think that Pan-African brings more. We just work more with our silence. I have more respect for Adolf. You know why? Because even though Yvette Cornell, she talks a lot of shit, she doesn't act like Tariq Nasheed. At least she doesn't put all that shit out there and attacks immigrants left and right and call them tellers and all this other shit. She doesn't necessarily do all that shit. Tariq is the only person that does it. And where does he end up? He ends up back in his own Hollywood house with his white wife and his white mother. He's chilling in his estate while you get the break of the crumbs. Riddle me that. I'm not saying anything to disparage people. I'm saying build something of substance. If you're not a builder, then you're a consumer. And I will love you to consume where Black people have businesses and let that money translate 8 to 12 times. Isn't that what Dr. Claude Anderson wrote in his books?
Yeah, that's exactly what he said.
But you don't pay attention to those type of shit.
And he's not promoting that. That's not what Tariq Nasheed is promoting. He's only promoting FBA as a movement. He's trying to say that no, FBA is a lineage with no leader and zero movement other than delineation. And so I'm like, this is not comparable to any other movement that was successful. Because when you don't have an
I don't pay attention. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, sis. I'm sorry. I do apologize. I don't pay attention to a nigga who mink slides.
It's a lineage. Here we go. The lineage. Okay, here we go.
And while we on the subject, why do FBA only attack dark-skinned people of melanated African descent persuasion? Why? It doesn't mean that. See, one thing about me, listen, none of this means that we got to hold hands and skip and frolic and skip through the tulips. That doesn't mean that. But we're talking about being able to cooperate and coexist. You handle your business, I handle my business, and we can, if we got something we need to handle together, we handle together. If we don't, we don't. You go in your corner, I go. But the blatant disrespect for a Haitian, the blatant disrespect for a Jamaican, the blatant disrespect for an African, the blatant disrespect for like a Nigerian.
No, we're actually talking about the fact that what's happening is that, you know, with the FBA movement, they're pretty much wanting segregation. We want to be separated from the Caribbean. So therefore, we delineate 100% and then we become our own group. And then we can like lay claim to reparations. But the thing is that I don't believe that that's the best way to go. They want to like put down Pan-Africanism and say that this is the new thing. This is the new thing.
How would you go about it? How would you go about it?
I mean, I don't mind having pride in being Black American, but Black is not it's not actually an ethnicity. It's a color. American is, what country you're from. If you don't want to use the Jesse Jackson term and you want to use foundational Black American. But from what I understood is that when we were Negroes that were colored or Negro, I understood that there was actually like, that's when you were able to like actually get some level of like reparations. But the fact that when you say that you are Black, based on what the dictionary is, what Black is, that's not an ethnicity. So you're actually going away from getting anything. But I don't, and that's based on me talking to elders that were Negroes, considered Negroes back in the day. They're saying that when they were Negroes, they had more of a a birthright or colored or whatever. Those things. When it became Jesse Jackson came with African American, that took away a certain amount of like what they could like actually ask for. And then now it's Black American, and that even takes it away further, according to what I've heard from me talking to people that are like 80 years old and were around during those times. So I don't know.
The word black meaning pale.
Well,
black,
according to like the Black's Law Dictionary, black is not what we think it is. Black means actually bleak. It goes into, when you break down the etymology of the word, it doesn't even mean what you think.
No, don't
whatever
say
the case
that.
may be. Now that is insane. Listen, so Bad Bunny showed a crazy unity amongst the Americans. And when I say the Americans, I'm talking about North, South, and Central America, right? Which is, and they're before everybody. And then, family, and then what happened right before that? This is the type of L's they take it. What happened right before that, family? They took an L. They took an L with no other, the young brother. I Show Speed. They are taking L's. I mean, they called us Akatas and Gerrers first, always online, GS. Let me tell you something, man. I'm like 52 years old. Do I care about some ignorant fool calling me an Akata? What about all the Africans that say, listen, let's do some trade. Let's do some.
All right, let me address this person saying stupid shit about hopefully you came out of that room from hiding and drinking all them beers away from your kids. First of all, my kids are fine. My daughter's about to graduate high school and be in college. My youngest daughter is in plays. She's in the Lone Star Circus. She does gymnastics. Both of them have very great grades. Actually, I did a show earlier with my kids discussing Roblox. They both were on the show where they discussed certain things. So, yeah, I'm very much in my so you don't know what you're talking about, man. You want to say stuff, you don't know what the hell you're talking. Be quiet. Don't mention my children. Don't say nothing about my kids.
This is the part where I say ignorance is pretty much in the atmosphere because you had nowhere else to go. You had nowhere else to go. You got no one to complain to other than yourself. You have no representative. You have no money. You're broke. And you only are 1/2 of 1% of wealth in this country. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me add in another 5. So you have 2%. And yet you're scared of white people. You're still scared of white people. So the only thing you can do is lash out at people who look like you. It's time out for that shit.
Right. Like, okay, what did you trying to bring my kids into it do? Just make you look like an asshole because my kids are fine. There's nothing wrong with my children. My children are doing good. They are excelling. What's up with your kids? Because I can show you images of my kids excelling on every level, creatively, grades wise, everything. So time out for that. Please.
Let's do some international trade. Let me ship you something over there so we can internationally make this money. Do you think at 52 years old, you think I care about somebody calling me a Akata like I'm 15 years old? Brother, you sound like you 15 years old. Lil King. Look at me, Lil King. Look at me, Lil King. Lil King. For everyone that call you Akata, there's probably 5 of them that would like to do business with you, Lil King. Look at me, Lil King. Lil King. Look at me. Do you know? Somebody say, what trade? Ask the Europeans that go over into Africa and deplete all the resources. What trade? What trade? The same trade that the Chinese go over there to deplete the resources. The same trade that the Europeans been dominating for the last few hundred years. What are you talking about? What trade? talking crazy. But anyway, let me get back on my demonstration.
And let me also say that I have a friend right now that actually is like she's really into holistic medicine. Even Tariq Nasheed, when he went over to Africa, was going over there to like get a hold of the acacia plant to help him, you know. So whatever his gout, whatever his issues, his medical issues were, there is a surplus of just herbs and things like that you can get from Africa that, you know, China's going in there and they're like, you know, helping to farm the land and get those things and put them on the Temu market and have them at like the pennies on the dollar. You would be surprised by how many products, even clothing, that come through Temu into America from Africa. Straight from Africa.
My aunt has been back and forth to Ghana several hundred times for businesses. They labeled these people, I forgot who they were. I have pictures of her being labeled Queen Mother. That's how much they respect African Americans over there. And speaking of that region of Africa, shouts out to Abraham Tariq. How many attempts? How many assassination attempts on their brother? Only 38 years old, making roadways.
Oh, did you hear the latest thing where Trump is threatening him and saying that he needs to cut his ties to Russia or we're going to go and attack him? Did y'all see that?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, you know, we want to like delineate, but meanwhile watch all this stuff go down, and half of people say, well, I don't want to go to Africa, but then they saw I Show Speed and they said, well, maybe I do, because Trump was making it say it was a shithole, this is just messed up, and I Show Speed went to these countries, showed it from a drone perspective that these are cities. Of course, on the outskirts, there's probably places, but honey, if you go into the outskirts of even in Texas, right here, I can show you the outskirts of Texas look like a bunch of trailer parks. People living in trailers. And it looks fucked up. Me being a DoorDash driver, driving here and there, delivering stuff, I've seen some of the most gutter butt places in America, just only in just this region alone, that you'd be like, what the hell?
Oh,
Riding down the road, I'm scared to ride the road because I'm like, shit, my tire about to pop. You know what I'm saying? Like, god dang, I'm trying to go to this trailer park and deliver this food. I'm like, and it's nothing but trailers just back to back, just piled on top of each other. So,
and who is in those trailers?
Mostly Caucasians.
Don't forget to support Jasmine Crockett for U.S. Senate. Go ahead.
Yes, please do. Yes.
So I can do my show. So somebody call me a cot. I'm like 52 years old. Man, I don't care what you call me. I mean, who over there can send me some of that cocoa so we can sell our own candy bars? Who over there can send me some of them coffee grinds so we can sell our own coffee? Who over there? I mean, they will scam you out your investment. Man, somebody block this fool. We don't have this type of energy in here. Ain't nobody scamming me. If somebody scammed me at 52, then I deserve to be scammed because I'm an idiot at that point. And one thing that you got to learn, the infamous Marty Ma, one thing that you got to learn, anytime you lose $1, you just paid tuition. You just paid tuition. You paid education. You ain't never really losing anything if you gain knowledge and information. Come on, man. What world do you live in? If you ever in a situation and you think you lost something and you ain't gained information, the loss is you. Your state of mind is lost.
And you know, another thing they'll say is, well, if you don't like America so much, because we're talking about doing business in Africa, doing business in other countries, well, you should just leave. Okay. Well, you don't ask all these billionaires that are going all around the country and all around the world doing business in other countries to just leave. But we do this to us that are business minded. They want us to just stay here and just kind of just go down, you know, with the whole situation. It's like, bro, listen, everybody else is international. The whole thing, I believe, if AI is taking over jobs, then you need to take your money and you need to become a business person and then invest in business in other countries internationally. Because when you can't, you don't have no jobs no more. Take your investment, take your 401k, invest it in other countries, and then take that money. Same what they do in Africa. What they do is they come over to America, they make their money, they send it back to Africa. Why can't we do the same thing, vice versa? Why are we thinking so close-minded? Oh, you're gonna get scammed. Oh, you're gonna be exactly what he said. You know what? If you are that old and get scammed, you deserve to get scammed.
Never lose anything. You always gaining. Even when you think you lose, the knowledge that you gain is invaluable. But let me move on, man. Let me get off my soapbox. The young brother Speed, I Show Speed, goes to Africa. This is another L that the FBA take. He goes there and goes through all these countries and show that it's nothing to be scared of, and show that civilization is way beyond than what we, not me, but what most people in America, in these little dismal corners of America, thought it was in Africa.
And let me also talk about right after I Show Speed did his thing, guess who come behind him? Mr. Beast. And rather than him like doing the same thing I Show Speed does, he goes to the far reaches of it, and you know, they didn't have no water, so I'm bringing them water, or they're struggling and I had to do this. So you have on one end, one guy trying to promote the fact that yes, it's a thriving country, but then another person come behind them that's even like probably one of the, like between I Show Speed and Mr. Beast, they're probably both of the two biggest streamers in streaming. Now you have Mr. Beast come along, and now let me show the far remote places that are struggling and, you know, don't have this and that. And okay, I brought water to them and I did this. And so it's trying to overshadow what I Show Speed did. That type of bullshit going on the cool.
Wait, what's his name?
So with that,
Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast.
Let me look him up.
Yeah, if you look up Mr. Beast in Africa, right after I Show Speed did his tour of Africa, Mr. Beast goes behind him, and now he's in Africa, and he's like showing like he's giving water to the village, and the village didn't have nothing, and he's giving out food because everybody's broke. Now I Show Speed did encounter some people that was broken, was begging for money and this, that, the other, but he, before allowing that to permeate the whole thing, he would leave. You know, Nigeria was one country that like people were asking a lot, and he left early, went to another country because he did not want to show Africa in that light. Not the same thing with Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is like, oh, okay, well, see these children, they don't have any water, and here's all these like water baskets they can like drink out of, and whatever the hell it was. You know, shouts out though. Not gonna put him down, Mr. Beast, but I'm saying is that there's a big difference in how the two was able to like be able to show Africa, you know, and it was definitely a grift, you know, trying to like feed off of the momentum of I Show Speed.
That being said, guess what? FBA are losing horribly. Tariq went to court with 5 to 8 attorneys last year and lost against pro bono. He also lost against the guy where he was accused of hijacking information from Microphone Check to make a movie. He been losing. FBA just been losing. They're just losers. They're just complete losers. And tonight, we're going to talk about these losers again. We're going to talk about these losers in such raw form tonight. Family, I want to make sure. I mean, somebody said, what we got to trade? This fool is dumb, man. Let me get this dude out here. This dude retarded. Let me see. I know you ain't supposed to say that, but he's really slow. Let me get him up out here to scroll the troll. Let me get him up out here. Family, bear with me real quick. I don't know if one of the mods gonna get him, but family, this show is about to get edgy.
Now, if he was to trade, if he was talking about the trade as far as gold or silver,
Let me get this troll out here.
I would have been all for that.
It's about to go down as soon as I get him up out. Somebody get him out there yet? All right. Now listen.
But you ain't got nothing to trade.
Family, I'm about to drop it. 1 second. Let me get this out. Yeah, because I don't like them type of trolls. What we got to trade? He don't even know what I mean by trade. He just dumb. He just dumb. What we got to trade? Man, you shut up and go pick up a book. Well, we got to trade. We's the blacks people. We don't has nothing to trade. You big-eyed man on this screen, how you gonna talk about we's got something to trade? I mean, you don't know what you're talking about. You big eyes man. You big eyes man on this screen talking about we got something to trade. What we's got something to trade, you big eyes man. We got nothing to trade. and all they're gonna do is scam you, you skinny head, big eyed man. Just because you grew a beard don't make you wise, you big eyed man. Dumb is you.
What do we have to trade?
They good and crazy. But look, anyway, family, listen. Oh, another thing I need to update.
Let me explain to you one thing we have to trade, okay? Do you know that China is the biggest importer of soybean? Okay. There was a whole time where the exports, because China owns all of the docks, all of like the, cranes and all this stuff like that on the docks and trade of America. All like those shipping containers are all owned by China, right? So when America decided to do a tariff, China just cut all that shit off. And you had loads of trucks full of soybean. Black farmers make soybean. There's a lot of black farmers in Louisiana that make soybean. And guess what? Their soybean sat on those trucks and rotted. We do have things. We have farmers. We have farms. I don't know what this person, whoever that person is talking about, bro. That's crazy. What are we talking about?
Too. Another thing I need to update you on is that word is that Darlene has left 5150. But family, let's get straight into it. Tonight, we're going to be talking about these two gentlemen here. And we're going to be talking about the FBA Epstein files. All right. We're going to be releasing the Epstein files. All right, family. I want you to hold your ears. All right. This is Corey Holcomb speaking about a 5-year-old.
Oh, it gets crazy. Listen. Now I have seen, listen. So let me just explain what's going on here. So Tariq, Nasheed, and Corey Holcomb are cool, right? And when Anton Daniels had the whole fallout with Corey, Tariq Nasheed, I think that he began to go after Anton Daniels. But now it's coming out that Corey Holcomb have said some very, very diabolical things about like kids, young girls, all types of wild words. And I think that he's being funny, but it's not fucking funny, bro. So he's saying all kind of wild stuff. And I was on his side at first with the whole Anton Daniels thing. I was on Corey's side. But now as time is going on and they're coming out with some of the things that he said, you know what I'm saying? It was bad enough he talked bad about like this man's daughter. That's a young, he don't have no like filter when it comes to women, especially even younger women. Let's go. Let's talk about it.
This past weekend, I saw this little girl. She had a Welch's grape juice bottle in her mouth. And she was about 5. She had the whole bottle as far as it'll go, just sucking on it, walking with her mama. Somebody said, get that out of her mouth. When they took it out of her mouth, that baby said,
This is Corey Holcomb talking about a 5-year-old. Tonight, we are into the FBA Epstein file. Be aware. Be very aware. We are in the Epstein files of FBA. I got to keep warning.
You know when she stopped crying? When a man picked her up and put her in her lap and started bouncing with it. Then she stopped crying and was looking like this. I said, that's a little growing right there. And everybody will say,
you see, now, I want you to fill in the blank. What do you think he called that
Corey,
little baby? What do you think he called that baby, bro? Because she wanted a bottle and she was consoled by an old man. Like, all kids like to be like, when you like, use your foot and like jump them on your thing, jump them on your leg. They like that. That's like fun. It's like you know what I'm saying?
God. Corey, no.
Yeah. Corey's through. He's done for. Watch, it gets worse.
Corey, what are you talking about? Corey.
Let me say this. Somebody asked, why would you replay this? Because this is the real world that we live in. Dale Williams, go ahead and kick rocks, kick yourself in the face, do a flip and fall on your nose. This is the real world. That's why I'm replaying it. That's why. This is the FBA Epstein files.
You crazy. Get the out of this little girl was in her bliss with her mouth wide open. She was just had the cap on it and everything. They took it out.
Why is he looking at a child like she's deep throating a bottle? This guy is sick.
Family, I told you that this is going to be a hard to watch live stream, but this is the real world that we're living in. This is the FBA Epstein files. I have warned you.
Out of mouth. Then a man picked up.
Sir, I was delivering food to people as a DoorDash driver. Who do you think is buying DoorDash in these trailer parks in this area, right around the corner from my house, like up the street, about like maybe like 5 miles away? It's a whole trailer park community of people. It's some Mexicans up in there too. I didn't see no blacks. I saw mostly the Mexicans and whites living in trailer parks over there. So let's not. Different subject though.
This is crazy.
This is way more important than whatever you're talking about. Let's go.
And start shaking on his knee. And she was like, I said, that's a little. It's just Corey Holcomb crazy. I almost want to go back and ask about that little girl.
What kind of person sees a kid that likes, like, it was like, even all kids like to be bounced on someone's knee. It's like a little ride. You know what I'm saying? You're about to fall off and they keep you from falling off. It's like a whole like, yay. Kids are not like thinking like this. And she just won a bottle because, kids like to drink out of bottles. 5-year-old, a lot of times I remember when I was like a baby, 5, they took that regular bottle from me, and I used to like want to drink out the little juice bottle and pretend like I was still drinking a bottle. And I remember that far back, like, because when they took the regular bottle, I tried to use other things to like reminisce like I was still drinking out of a bottle, because I was so used to it. And they took it from me, and so I had to use different bottles to pretend like I was still drinking out of a bottle like a baby.
Do you know how many fallouts this guy has had over the years? First, Zoe leaves, then Jeff leaves. Now,
well, honey, he just lost his co-host, so I don't even know. He about to be through. And you know what? What's crazy is that when we actually watched the thing with Anton Daniels, we did a whole Masonic breakdown of what was going on, and it pretty much came out. When we broke down how the imagery looked, it was like looking like that there was an initiation going on, and that Anton was being brought into the light, and he was about to be diminished. And that's exactly, if you guys watch the video where we covered Corey Holcomb, Anton Daniels thing, we also did like a whole breakdown from a Masonic standpoint. And what's happening is exactly what we said was happening. It's crazy when you actually go back and watch it. We never anticipated that Corey Holcomb would go down. But what we said in that whole live, and I might bring it back up and play it again like tomorrow, like to say that we predicted exactly Corey Holcomb's downfall, but it was like people didn't understand like that we were predicting things. Let's go.
And do a documentary on her life. So one day I can show I know what I'm talking about. But in this society, I'm a bad guy.
Family, he was not doing comedy. Now, and when you hear that, I want you to pay attention what he said. He said that he would like to go back and see because he knows what he's talking about. And that is truly reminiscent of what we've heard through other people. That is truly reminiscent of what we have heard about other people. And we're going to get to that in a minute, but I want you to hold on to that, to remember that right there. You got to remember that right there. Because remember, the same thing was said in The Art of Mackin. In The Art of Mackin, Tariq Nasheed writes that you can tell when little girls in high school, you know, they are going to be whores. But
This is some sick shit.
Let me keep it going real quick.
Yeah, this guy is talking about like a 5-year-old because she's getting bounced on like her uncle's lap. How she's about to be a little whore because she's drinking out of a
What's
bottle.
wrong with people that what?
Man, yeah, crazy. And he
FBA
a comment.
Epstein files. Here we go.
Countries, I'm just saying, in America, most people only know what they know in America, but I've been to other countries, and in Iceland, I think the legal age to get with a girl is 13 years old.
Oh my God.
Right, it blows
That's
people
true?
mind when they hear it. But in Iceland, I'll tell you, it's not a criminal. He's a normal guy. In Iceland, I went to Iceland, and you just can't offer him money and gifts. And I thought that was so unfair that you couldn't give him nothing after you was done with him. This is crazy. I'm not going to Iceland.
Who the fuck is laughing at that? Who's in the background crackling, cuckling, chuckling that he's saying that he was able to go to a little girl that's under the age and that he was able to have his way with her, but Iceland don't allow you to give him no money. And this is a joke. That's not.
I'm letting you know.
Joking off as. Go ahead.
I'm letting you know right now, especially on my channel. If I ever catch anyone even copying and pasting, wash, rinse, and repeating that type of nonsense, that type of sinister, that evilness, you're banned from me. Banned. Never to be seen again. Hell, I just might report you. Catch me outside. Fuck around and find out. This is so you don't know how serious and how damning this is.
Yeah, he's through.
We got those people the P. Diddy parties. How much you want to bet that his house is connected an underground tunnel to some schools or some shit? How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet that Epstein had his house right across from where Bill Cosby lived, and he had inner tunnels to schools where little girls went to? Come on, man. We got. Do you have no morals, no standards? We're talking about kids here. Kids. Do you know that trafficking makes money here in America? Organ trafficking makes money here in America. Up to thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. Every single day a kid is lost. And the girls they treat like prostitutes. Each and every single day a girl is lost. And you never see them again. You won't even recognize them when you're through. This is dangerous, and these people are laughing about it. This is evil.
Yeah.
Evil in itself. And it's bad enough that we have consumer Trump supporters, right? That's bad enough in itself. But now you just got regular niggas that you put on that third eye, they reveal who they truly are. This is disgusting.
Yeah.
I don't see nothing funny about this.
And you hear people chuckling. Listen to this.
So I assume you've been to Iceland. You took advantage of the laws. Is that what you're saying?
I had a great time in Iceland.
Wait, we're not gonna go there. We're not gonna go.
Now, Corey says that when you go to Iceland, that you can have relations, and he's putting it as a joke, which is really not a joke. And if you go look up Iceland at the age of consent, the age of consent in Iceland is 15 years old. The age of consent is the minimum age at which an individual is considered legally old enough to consent to participation in relations. Individuals age 14 or young. And then he's talking about Iceland. But remember, Iceland, he says he's been to Iceland. Maybe I need to run it back just a little bit. Just listen to what he's saying, though.
In Iceland, I went to Iceland. You just can't offer them money and gifts. And I thought that was.
What melanated person know that an island country in the middle of Europe has a clause that you can have relations with 15-year-olds? What melanated person? Huh?
Corey Holcomb. Huh?
What melanated person would know about this little island laws? What melanated person would know that? What melanated person would know that? This is strange to me. This is what Iceland looks like. The population is European. The population is European. Let me run it back.
I'm just saying, in America, most people only know what they know in America, but I've been to other countries, and in Iceland, I think the legal age to get with a girl is 13 years old.
Oh my God.
Right, it blows people's mind when they hear it. But
he said 13, but the actual age is 14. I mean, 15.
in Iceland, I'm telling you, he's not a criminal. He's a normal guy. In Iceland, I went to Iceland, and you just can't offer him money and gifts. And I thought that was so unfair that you couldn't give him nothing after you was done with him. It's still crazy. I'm not going to Iceland. So I assume you've been to Iceland.
Who in the fuck is laughing, bro? If I was in that room, I'd be like, what the fuck is so funny about this?
You took advantage of the laws? Is that what you're saying?
I had a great time in Iceland.
Wait, we're not going to go there. We're not going to go.
Now, somebody say, are we critiquing comedy now? Let me explain something to this PDF and Morse World TV audience. Let me say something to this PDF. In our community, our comedy is told from our reality. I don't know where you're from. They're talking about we're critiquing comedy. In our community, in the melanated community, our comedy is a reflection of our reality. That's not a joke, because that's not our reality. That's his reality. That's his comedy. And that is not even comedy, because the way that he's saying it, it doesn't even come off as a joke. It doesn't even come off as a joke. But when you say that, there's too many.
Hey, you don't have to be no 18. I think it was 13, maybe 14.
Yeah.
That's a grunt. The vagina been on this planet 14 years. I've said this before on the show also. Do you know if a woman 16 years old gives you a baby, that is going to be 16, 17, 18, 19. That is going to be one of the healthiest babies possible.
And you say that that's a joke? Who said that in the comments?
That's not a fucking joke.
This is not comedy.
Tell me he did.
This is not comedy.
Just didn't say that.
This is the FBA Epstein files.
Well,
at that age, they've been on the planet long enough. They're in their prime developmental wise to create a life. But you're taught in America something different.
Yeah. Those eggs are buoyant. You can dribble them eggs. They got bounce back.
Craig, really?
You hear these grown men? You hear these grown men?
Really, nigga?
57 and 52. 57 and 52. Talking about 15, 16, 17-year-olds already.
You don't have to be no 18. I think it was 13, maybe 14.
Yeah.
That's a grunt. The vagina been on this planet 14 years. I've said this before on the show also. Do you know if a woman 16 years old gives you a baby, that is going to be 16, 17, 18, 19. That is going to be one of the healthiest babies possible.
well,
At that age, they've been on the planet long enough. they're in their prime developmental wise to create a life. But you're taught in America something different.
Those eggs are buoyant. You can dribble them eggs. They got bounce back.
And you mean tell me that this is the people that have some say-so as to what is right and exact and what's going on in the world, and people listen to these people? People actually listen to these people? When
you know what's even crazier? You know, people are waiting to hear about him, about the Ortiz lady leaving the 5150 show. But I can guarantee you that if someone were to interview her afterwards, if she does leave, she's going to have so much background information about this nigga. Because it's like, what? What are you, what? My daughter is 18. If I found out that there was some old ass 59-year-old, whatever her age he is, 52, 57, and he was like talking to my 18-year-old daughter, and she's a woman now, you know, she's considered like a consenting, she can consent. But if I found out that this nigga like this was talking to my daughter, I would be ready like to go to prison over that. Because my daughter is a very innocent young woman. She's just trying to go to college. But imagine a guy like this coming on to her, and she's very innocent. I raised my children to be very innocent, and I kind of like maybe regret that. Maybe I should have been like more
stricter.
Scary. Yeah, scary.
Tariq Nasheed was running scared, and he was trying to do some damage control. The first thing he did was went to 5150. And here come Corey, talking reckless. Corey, you know good and well you should never talk reckless about me, especially if you got an old filthy, dirty, nasty jacket like that. Your jacket is filthy foul, disgustingly foul. But hey, let's keep it going. Listen to this.
My brother's daughter was with a group of us. We were at the hotel because my mom was in town. Dee, was you there?
Yep, I brought the cake.
I know how to do babies.
It was Cooper Cute.
Everybody was trying to get her attention, but she wouldn't do nothing but hug her daddy because she didn't know us like that.
That's true.
I didn't pay her no attention. I just kept looking away. But you know, I talk, my voice carries, and she kept looking.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, what happened, D?
She went right to him. It was almost like, you know.
I'm the one wasn't paying her no attention.
And everyone like this, what? Like,
you know what that told me?
What?
She gonna be getting put up in with you.
He's talking about a baby, family. Listen, he's talking about a baby. Darlene confirms that the baby comes to him, and he's saying that he's using psychology on the baby. I mean, I want you to listen closely to this nastiness. I mean,
using psychology on a baby, bro.
But you got to listen close to the nastiness.
I wasn't
Listen
paying
to
no
the
attention to her when
scenario
she
and how
saw
he
that.
breaks it down. Listen closely, one more time, family. This is the sickness of foundational cult members. This is the sickness, and they all back each other.
My brother's daughter was with a group of us. We were at the hotel because my mom was in town. Dee, was you there?
Yep, I brought the cake.
I know how to do babies.
It was Cooper Cute.
Everybody was trying to get her attention, but she wouldn't do nothing but hug her daddy because she didn't know us like that.
That's true.
I didn't pay her no attention. I just kept looking away. But you know, I talk, my voice carries, and she kept looking.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, what happened, D?
She went right to him. It was almost like, you know.
I'm the one wasn't paying her no attention.
And everyone like this, what?
He's using psychology on a baby to get the baby attention. Jedi mind tricks on a baby.
You know what that told me?
What?
She gonna be getting put up in with you.
God, why?
Family, what in the world would possess a grown man to think that that is okay?
Crazy.
What would possess an individual, grown man or woman?
now I'm
This is
starting to
insane.
figure out
Now you know
why
on Epstein Island, that's what was going on.
throughout the years.
That's what was going on Epstein Island.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, now I figure out why he was crashing out throughout the years. And he was on Cam Newton's show, and none of that shit that he was saying made any type of sense. But he was just using his comedic ways to get by. I got it. We got it. But after a while, the jokes fade, and no one's laughing anymore. And it is one of the reasons why he allegedly, because I didn't see the video, he punched that woman. Well, he didn't punch her. He shoved her in the
He
face.
mushed her in the face, right? He
Mushed
don't
her in the
respect women.
But
He have no respect for women, and he's
by
really
law,
a pedophile.
that's a physical attack, and I'm not sure.
300-pound pusher, like a 180-pound woman in the face. That's not cool. You know what I'm saying?
No, it ain't. And by the way, anybody who says, oh, I understand it, you're not supposed to hit a woman, but you already lost it. You already lost the argument. You are never to put your hands on a woman unless it's for self-defense only. And that ain't as rare. My self-defense is to walk away. To walk away and to never bother you again. I don't know what's wrong with him. And you know the evil in another thing. Take this to heart. That 5150 label, that's a sign of evil. Believe it or not, like it, love it, hate it. 5150, it stands for crazy.
Yep.
F around and find out. When you put yourself out there and you have no spiritual awareness at all, everything is just negative all the time, you're going to end up a part of that. Again, you already lost sponsors. You possibly maybe never work in Hollywood ever again because of this nonsense.
No, what's crazy is Hollywood is full of all this bullshit. They've been trying to make it normal. Do you know who was it today? I think it was Kennedy that actually said that we need to stop coming after pedos. It was a literal thing. He said we need to work on the murderers, and he said we need to stop attacking pedophiles. Literally.
Okay.
During
if we stop attacking pedophiles, we might stop attacking drug dealers. What type of sense does that make? What sense does that make? Stop coming after pedophiles. So that's just an excuse not to put somebody who is, let's just say, convicted of like 34 criminal attempts, including dealing with a 13, 14-year-old girl and punching her in the head. And we're supposed to just let that go. Meanwhile,
Ted Cruz said it. It was Ted
Cruz, a Mexican? No, he's a, God damn it, I forgot.
No, listen, he literally said, watch this. Look, this is they're trying to make this a norm, bro. They're trying to make this whole thing a normal thing.
I don't think. How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? Senator Booker also said we should have bipartisan agreement. I think that's a great idea. We should have bipartisan agreement. How about we all come together and say, let's stop murders? How about we all come together and say, let's stop rape? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? How How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? Senator Booker also said we should have bipartisan agreement. I think that's a great idea. We should have bipartisan agreement. How about we all come together and say, let's stop murders? How about we all come together and say, let's stop rape? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? How about
what the fuck is going on? What?
That ain't nothing. To be perfectly honest, that ain't nothing.
Well, no, it's nothing when it comes from a Caucasian because we know that that's in their community. But now, here we go. Let's go.
That's insane to me that one would actually say things like this and you still have a voice anywhere. Like you shouldn't even, I'm sorry, you shouldn't even have a voice in the public nowhere. You shouldn't even, in reality, you shouldn't even be safe in the public, man. You shouldn't even be safe. But you know what that reminds me of? Of this.
New caller.
Someone wanted to know why do you, go ahead, keep going. Yeah, keep it going.
New caller, talk to me.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, dear.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to ask the brother if what is the purpose of writing that middle school and high school girls, when you look at them at that age, that you can tell that they're going to be potential whores?
All right.
Nobody.
Take
He
the
wrote
answer
that
off.
in the art of macking. In the art of macking.
No,
you're a lie.
He's sitting up there saying, no, he didn't. You're a lie. And he acts as if the book, The Art of Macking, doesn't exist. This is Tariq Nasheed's book, The Art of Macking. And this is the same type of projection that Corey makes. Only difference is Corey is a little more, 1 inch more straightforward and uncut raw. If you look at the way these middle school and high school girls dress and carry on in these different cities across the country, you can see the ones that are potential. Now, let me stop right there. As a grown man, myself, I'm not walking around observing middle school girls. This is not something I do. And if I'm in a grocery store and young girls are dressing like a Cardi B, I feel like disrespected and disgusted. And I would hope that I could say something to them, but it ain't my business, so I move on. I be hoping that I can say, come on, man, we got to do better. Or say something to the parent. But, hey, we don't live in that type of world today. I just shake my head and keep moving. But these guys make predictions and projections that these are going to be. This is insane. This is insane. Like what grown man is observing middle school and high school girls and making projections and predictions? And then when you get called on it, you say, no, I didn't. No, I didn't.
In the art of macking.
No, I didn't. You're a liar. No, I didn't. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're trolling. You were trolling the other day. This is a woman. See what I'm saying? So we know that birds of a feather flock together. We know that birds of a feather flock together. So, hey, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. These people roll together. With that being said,
that ain't nothing no little girl do unless she has the urge to do things like that. She has the urge to be satisfied. But ain't nobody gonna pick the Corey bad. That ain't nothing no little girl do unless she has the urge to do things like that. She has the urge to be satisfied. But ain't nobody gonna pick the Corey bad. Corey bad. Everybody, Corey, did you hear what Corey said? The little girl took the bottle out of her mouth and he said she gonna be a yes. And if it was more men in the house, the little daughters wouldn't be walking around with things preparing their jaw for hustle. Her jaw is being prepared for hustle. And this was a little girl.
Her teeth aren't.
Baby Googler. I like that.
They're literally discussing a 5-year-old. When did this become okay anywhere?
And how did it go on for so long? Why didn't it get addressed when he said it? Why is Ortiz like, like, come on, bro. Maybe that is a thing in the Mexican world, but bouncing a child on your leg and is not a sexual gratification type of thing. They're having fun.
I'm
because,
looking at her now.
Yeah. You see her,
and I was just bigging her up. I was just bigging her up, and it was like, we riding for you, sis. I didn't know about all this until you played it. I did not know, but now I do. And you know what? It just
like
makes
Ortiz is a doormat, and she just get in where she fit in, agree with everything. That's why everybody looking to see if she gonna be back on that show after he said all that bullshit. I'll get another bitch to do it. Seeing if she gonna doormat and go back and be on the show. I don't know if the show supposed to happen tonight or what. Thursday. I'm not sure when his show is. I don't watch his show. I never liked his ass.
I don't know. I stopped watching after.
I've been stopped watching.
I stopped watching after the
how he
fallout.
go to Walmart and pick up girls that ain't got no money, just to be able to give them a little bit less than whatever he paid girls to like get with them. He was the one who said that he goes to Walmart to find cashiers. And he ain't got to pay them that much, $20-$40 and gets his gratification needed. You know what I'm saying? Right after he got divorced, bro. Yeah.
You could fucking come to Las Vegas and get girls for like 80.
No, that's too much. No, go to Walmart and find a cashier and pay him like $40 to fuck him. That's the type of shit he used to do in his comedy. He's a whole creep, bro.
When did this become okay anywhere? When did it become okay to not say, bro, what you talking about, bro? When did it become okay not to say, bro, hold up, you tripping. You tripping, homeboy, you tripping. And everybody just sitting there like,
laughing. What the fuck is funny about this? About a kid
that's crazy,
wanting a bottle and being bounced on somebody's lap. What's so funny about that?
FBA cult. This is how the cult rolls. You
know what's funny? You got people in certain spaces that you get to talk shit. Talking about how 60, in certain states.
Oh, so it's Tuesdays at 10. So he probably did his show already. Okay.
In certain states.
I don't know if Ortiz was there. Do y'all know if she actually came back? Because she seemed like a weak ass bitch. A weak, no back home bone having, will go back to him, and because the whole time she laughing about this bullshit he's saying.
You always have some outlandish, weird practices. But this FBA Epstein stuff is crazy. It's crazy that no one calls anybody on it. I mean, no one calls anybody on it. Listen to this.
Jaguar was right.
You gotta watch. Are you kidding? I'm supposed to take real bad. Jesus Christ. Can you get charged if you spoon a child? Get behind him, make him take all his clothes off, and you hug him like that.
I'm pretty sure. Yes, Graham.
What is
pretty
that?
sure.
Not no penetration. Just
doesn't have to be penetration. It's you can't
that's
be
love.
You can. Okay.
What if it's a stepchild?
Are y'all listening to this? How can people be fans of Corey Holcomb and not be aware of this? See, the whole thing about it is when you put it all together, see, what happens is people watch people like this and they hear that and then they just disregard that because there's a bunch of other mumbo jumbo, and then 2 shows later he'll say something else. But when you put it all together, who in the heck in their mind
I don't know
would be entertained by this?
I don't watch. Are you kidding? I'm supposed to take real bad. Jesus Christ. Can you get charged if you spoon a child? Get behind him, make him take all his clothes off, and you hug him like that.
I'm pretty sure. Yes, Graham.
What is that?
Sure.
Not no penetration. Just
doesn't have to be penetration. It's you
that's
can't be
love.
You can. Okay.
What if it's a stepchild?
Okay, I don't know where we're going with this, but
I'm just asking. These charges. I'm trying to see what the charges gonna be.
the wedding ring.
Somebody call me Corey Kelly because I said spoon.
Oh, good one.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And you mean tell me that there is not outrage? You mean tell me that there is not some type of campaign? Like people be marching. You sit up there marching about ICE? You sit up there marching about ICE? You mean nobody is saying anything? You mean nobody somebody that's around this guy is saying anything? But then act like they principled when it comes to ICE, act like they're principled when they talk about it's our country, we built this country, then act like they're principled.
And here's the thing, I think that they're laughing because they think he's being a comedian and saying weird shit like it's a joke. Let me tell you something, as a former comedian, jokes are not jokes. Jokes are real life exaggerated. So he might have tried to spoon a person, a little kid. He might have tried to do that, and probably somebody's mom was like, "Hey, what are you doing with my child? Like, what was spooning?" The kid probably came into the bed, like he talked about how he was in the bed. The girl got there's something that he did,
but nobody is saying them. Talking about tethers. The tethers, they come over here and they steal our resources. But nobody want to talk about this. Nobody want to talk about this. I seen two people highlight this, which inspired me to follow suit with it. It inspired me like that. This got to be out there. This people have to know that this stuff exists until like somebody want to wait to the next for the headline to hit, I guess. They want to wait till the headline to hit instead of addressing it as it is now. I mean, now we ain't gonna wait for the headline. We ain't gonna wait for the headline. This is the headline. And we got quite a few more to go. So stick with me. In fact, family, one thing that I hope that you stick around is for the coming documentary. Let me take a pause for the cause. Let me take a pause for the cause real quick. This is insane. This take a lot of energy to really do a show like this, man.
Let's go.
First time they came to me asking about Micah Johnson. Remember Micah Johnson was a brother down in Dallas who shot a bunch of cops.
He was a private in the Army Reserve who served in Afghanistan. We found this chilling photo of Johnson on his sister's Facebook page.
My spot was the kick it spot. I'm like the only teenager in the neighborhood out of all my friends with my own spot. So everybody used to come to my spot. Now one day I got a knock on the door from a federal agent. A guy from the FBI comes to the apartment. I'm like, okay, what's up? They're like, Mr. Nasheed, we want to talk to you about something.
Good morning, Mr. Tariq. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Mr. Johnson.
Every public figure tells a story, where they come from, who they are, how they became who the public sees. But sometimes the story itself raises questions. In the case of Tariq Nasheed, there is a past that remains largely unexplained. Despite decades in the public eye, details about his early life are scarce. No classmates, childhood friends, neighbors, or community members have stepped forward to tell or corroborate his upbringing or personal history.
Welcome back, family. Welcome back, family. Hope y'all will entertain checking out that documentary that will be dropping soon. It will be dropping soon. It will definitely dropping soon. Now, let's get back to what we was talking about. So if you remember, there was a time when people were saying that Tariq Nasheed got involved with his significant other when she was underage. One of the person that said that and went all the way in on that was the rapper Yuck Mouth. I got 5 on it. That's right. Let's hear what Yuck Mouth has to say, because this is the same scenario of the Epstein files. Same thing.
Child, this is y'all leader, y'all FBAs.
Epstein files.
Y'all
Take a
FBAs
listen to
following
Yuck
this guy, and he's
I gotta hit a nigga with the moist walk. Moist walk. Ooh.
Wait. Hold on. Let me make sure. Hold on. Let me try it again.
I gotta hit a nigga with the moist walk. Moist walk. Ooh.
Hey, you better show that greasy lip nigga. That was the wrong one. Hold on. That was the wrong one.
Shout out to Yuck Mouth.
That was the wrong one. Hold on. There's another one I got. I don't think I wanted to do that one. Was that it? Let me see. Hold on.
Internet. J Flex. Pimp ass J Flex. Mackin' lessons. Nigga, you had a book called Mackin' Lessons, nigga. You was trying to teach niggas how to be a pimp, right? Looking ass nigga, man, don't do that, bro. Oh man, these unsecure ass niggas, they ain't secure. Secure, nigga. Insecure. You bitch ass nigga. Insecure about what? I got bumps on my face. Nobody give a fuck about that. My wife don't give a fuck about that. All the bitches I fuck back in the day don't give a fuck about that. But you do. Bitch ass nigga. You greasy lip ass nigga. Oh, you insecure. I ain't insecure. I'm on here with all my bumps. Nigga, I do a close up on you, nigga, huh? Now what? I'm insecure. You insecure, you bitch ass nigga. Talking about all this white power shit and your wife half white. Nigga, fuck out of here, nigga. Your wife half white. Oh, the white supremacists, but nobody think about your grandma white. Your mother-in-law white. You gotta go to the family reunion to a white grandma, nigga, a white mother-in-law, nigga. White supremacists, do you say that shit at the family reunion? Do you say that shit at Thanksgiving? On Christmas, when you hook up with her white side of the family, I'll wait. Nigga, and you met her at the age of 15, and you been pimping her since she was 15, and you made her your wife, my nigga. That's what pimp niggas do. You want to search the young bitch, young naive bitch, where you can run this little shit, you're an old nigga. A bitch that probably ain't never had a father in her life, so you are no father, nigga. That's what pimp niggas, you know what I mean? Fake ass pimp nigga, real pimp nigga, pimp a grown bitch, nigga. Not no fucking teenager, nigga. Not no bitch that don't know no better, nigga. We can run that circle ass game and grown ass game on a kid that ain't even matured yet, nigga. That's what you are, nigga. A pedophile, nigga. Motherfucking Tariq Epstein, nigga. The fuck you talking about? He killed me, nigga. You a pedophile, nigga. A whole pedophile out here. And you married the bitch that you was dating since 15, nigga. You was 30 years old, nigga. You 47, nigga. Your wife 32, nigga. Period. That adds up perfectly, nigga. You was dating a fucking child, man. Pimping a child, nigga. Are you serious? And this y'all kid? This is the nigga y'all living up to? The pussy boy, nigga? This nigga talking about pussy boy movies and shit. This your nigga? I don't give a fuck if I'm a one-hit. I'll be a one-hit wonder. I'll be all the above. What a nigga can't compare to being a fucking pedophile. Fucking ex-pimp nigga. That preys from young teenage girls that have no fucking clue what to do and kidnap them from their parents and become their dad. That's you, nigga. The fuck you talking about? Nigga?
Can you pause that for a second?
Oh, this old bitch ass look, nigga, please, nigga. Look at that nigga, look at me and tell me who the pussy boy. I'll wait. I'll fucking wait. That nigga is doing.
I don't want to hear not one person tell me anything about FBAs ever again. I don't even want to hear this shit. You people is garbage. You let one nigga poison you over some shit that he had basically copied and pasted from another cult leader and called it his own. But you know, he's Pan-African too. Or did you not forget? He was a Pan-African at one point in time. No. That don't make him no money. The lady that he had his own radio show, the ism or whatever that was, he played them girls. He literally played them girls. One of them I've talked to before. He straight played them girls, but kicked one of them out the group. And he's on there selling lotions and books and all this other dumb shit. And then comes out with not one but 2 Mink Slide albums. And you're supposed to take this nigga serious over a fucking movement? I don't want to hear none of you niggas say anything about no goddamn FBA ever again. Your lineage is lost. They are lost to you. Always trying to belong to some, not looking at yourselves, not looking into your communities and saying to your peoples, come with me, build with me. You letting a nigga from Arizona, not Arizona, Oklahoma, come and then go all the way to Detroit to become a pimp slash rap artist, aka wash your ass. It's a joke, fam. It's a fucking joke. The nigga's a joke. Your whole party's a fucking joke. And then you want to come after Umar and everybody else. Fuck you. You played Dr. Phil Valentine. You played Dr. John Henry Clark. You played all of them to get you for a personal gain. You had no knowledge. You had no gain. You had no knowledge of truth itself. You copied and pasted. And then you going after a woman. I don't necessarily agree with everything that she states, but I have more respect. I have more respect now for Yvette Carnell than I do this nigga. And by the way, some rumor has it that you don't even have the label FBA no more. Some woman has it. I believe her name is Michi X. Go ahead and play the video.
So someone took the actual FBA name from him, like
Somebody took the meaner name.
I thought that he had like the trademark to it. Okay.
Michi took that shit.
Crazy.
Butt breaking movies and shit. Fuck out of here, man. Are you serious? This okay? This okay? All you Tariq fans, how you feel about motherfucking Tariq Epstein, nigga? How you feel about him now, nigga? His wife was 15 when he met her and was tipping on her, nigga. How you feel about that?
So he had a wife. He has a wife that he met. I guess she's 32 and he's like 50 something. He met her when she was 15 and he was pimping on her. And I guess he got the mom to buy into the bullshit too, because I guess he, maybe because he made her an honest woman. Maybe she was the bottom itch,
Tell me who the pussy boy. I'll wait. I'll fucking wait. The nigga that's doing butt breaking movies and shit. Fuck out of here, man. Are you serious? This okay? This okay? All you Tariq fans, how you feel about motherfucking Tariq Epstein, nigga? How you feel about him now, nigga? His wife was 15 when he met her and was tipping on her, nigga.
His wife was 15 and he met her and was pimping on her at first. And now she's still with him and she's older now and he made her his wife, but he met her in a pimp capacity and probably taking her out to like Las Vegas and making money off of her. That's crazy when you think about this. Crazy.
It's okay. All you Tariq fans, how you feel about motherfucking Tariq Epstein, nigga? How you feel about him now, nigga? His wife was 15 when he met her and was tipping on her, nigga. How you feel about that? I'll wait. Well, you niggas had down at the fit. I love it. I love Hidden Colors. That was the best. Hey, but that nigga's a pedophile. Now what? Nigga, I know.
Wow, yeah, you love Hidden Colors, but that's pedophilia. 15. My child is 18, and I couldn't imagine a 30-year-old coming to my daughter at 18 and trying to get with her. I don't know who that mother is and what the hell's going on with her, but what the fuck?
One thing in the hood, nigga, we don't fuck with rapists, we don't fuck with child molesters, we don't fuck with pedophiles, and we don't fuck with rats, nigga. Period. That's it. And you one of those, nigga. You one of those, boy. You one of those. You'll get knocked down in jail, nigga, for the shit you did, nigga. Are you serious? And this nigga done waked up the bitch that he done dated since she was 15 and he was 30 years old, nigga. Look at the picture. Look at the picture. Look how she look like she's 18 in the picture. This whole ass grandpa ass nigga, man. Are you serious, bro? Yeah, I'm rocking with this old ass pedophilia ass nigga. Ruining his teenage girls, the pimp nigga. Your ism ain't that strong if you gotta get a teenager, nigga. Yeah.
So at the end of the day, family, these are the things that goes on and nobody wants to talk about. Nobody wants to talk about. Nobody wants to rectify. Nobody wants to rectify. But guess what? It's time for them to be talked about. Because at the end of the day, this is insanity, family. This is insanity that
So this is the reason why you smacked him. This is the reason why you smacked eBay or whatever his name is. I forgot.
Yeah. And apparently this must be his wife that he got his hand around her neck like this. Like, what's going on with that? That's crazy.
Insanity. This is insanity. And let's go, man. Let's go. Back to Corey. Let's check out Corey.
Wish my baby happy 16th birthday. Hell, she ain't yours, so this is easy. She turned sweet 16 Saturday. Hey, what's up? Make sure, hey, look, I don't know her name. Isabella. What is her name? Dita 605? Dita 605? Listen, I want to wish your daughter a happy birthday. Her sweet 16. It's a beautiful age. And you make sure you and your daughter have counseling so that if she's broke, cat daddies like me ain't in that by the time she's 21 through 30. Because if you don't bring them up right, I'm going to be with them on their birthday.
What?
He talk about sweet 16.
What?
I mean, there's ways to relay messages. There's ways, but this is too far out of line. Too far out of line. No, they're scared straight.
It doesn't matter whether he likes Tariq or not. They're friends. I heard, I mean, look like they were cool with each other. But here's the thing is that, you know, man, Corey is, he's out of pocket. He's 100% out of pocket, bro. He's telling a mother about her 16-year-old that a man like him, make sure you just watch out. Because a man like me, a cat daddy like me, will come and get your daughter and she'll be spending her birthday with me. What?
But you know what? A nigga like this, he says this about a 10-year-old, he's going to jail. Trump can say that about a 10-year-old, and he's president of the United States of America. Riddle me that. Wow.
Then he said about his own daughter that he was attracted to his own daughter.
I know, and let Howard Stern said that she was a piece of ass. I couldn't say for YouTube purposes what I would do to a guy like that if he ever talked about my daughter that way. I'm too known for what I do.
Trust me, honey. Listen,
Why can't there be any? Where are the protectors in the world? Where are these men at? Where are the men? Where are the protectors? Where are the warriors?
Following these niggas, following people like Tariq Nasheed, talking about FBA, the FBA this because they found a guy and they think he's funny, and they didn't get to see that this dude is really a weirdo.
16th birthday. Hell, she ain't yours, so this is easy. She turned sweet 16 Saturday. Hey, what's up? Make sure, hey, look, I don't know her name. Isabella. What is her name? Dita 605? Dita 605? Listen, I want to wish your daughter.
Now, notice that he's reading comments from those that are supposed to be fans of his, that are supposed to be supporters of his. And look how foul he comes out of his mouth. These are supposed to be the ones that help you pay your bills through your raunchy comedy. And listen to what he says.
A happy birthday. Her sweet 16. It's a beautiful age. And you make sure you and your daughter have counseling so that if she's broke, cat daddies like me ain't in that by the time she's 21 through 30. Because if you don't bring them up right, I'm going to be with them on their birthday.
Don't he sound like that guy from that prison clip that was talking about doing something to other men, young men, when they come to jail, the look on his face, it's like, look at me, I'm serious. He holds a pose on his face. He holds the expression that appears to be saying, look at me, I'm serious. Check it out.
Counseling so that if she's broke, cat daddies like me ain't in that by the time she's 21 through 30. Because if you don't bring them up right, I'm gonna be with them on their birthday. I was at the mall with the little bro. We was in Victoria's Secret.
Listen to this. Listen to this. That's right, Sandy girl. I mean, these people are insane, man. These people are insane. And every channel should highlight this if you got an audience.
Man, I'm sitting there at the counter. I'm like, what's up? She needs to get measured for a bra. She never been measured for a bra. And she want to have the right size on instead of the Walmart bras. And the lady was like, oh, that is so sweet. Is this your daughter? I said, I'm standing up in this little bit.
Oh my God.
Are you listening to this?
What the fuck was so funny about
hard
that?
Listen. But are y'all listening to this? This is Corey Holcomb, the comedian that was said to have socked the lady just a few weeks ago. That happened in November or December sometime, where the video was released. This is the same Corey Holcomb that over the years, these clips are a collection of clips over the years of him saying this mean, nasty, trifling, disgusting things. I'm just bold enough to play it, so we can be aware what's out there.
And it wasn't a laugh when I said.
And y'all thought that although I don't, and again, I don't know anything enough about Anton Daniels. So.
Let me just say this. So yeah, someone says he did say 21 through 30 though. He's looking at her in a sexual way at the age of 16. He looked at a 5-year-old bouncing on a person's leg and looked at this little baby that's bouncing and just being a kid as a hoe. He watched a baby sucking on a bottle and said that she's being groomed to be a head goblin or whatever he said. This is the type of like stuff when he looks at like young people and stuff, he sees a sexual thing. So even though he's saying, yeah, 20, when she get about 2030, that's just a way to like make it not seem as bad. But honey, he would screw her at 16. He would.
Don't say I'm defending Anton Daniels. But y'all thought it was a horrible thing that he showed Anton Daniels' daughter and tried to humiliate her before his audience? That was small compared to this type of stuff.
It wasn't a laugh. The lady looked like, I was like, I got a couple of dollars. I get to smash. Look cute young girls like this, they come from poverty. I'm standing up, Anna. Do you need a bro?
Did y'all hear this? You gotta let this run back one more time, Grand Sheik. People need to hear this.
It was my man. I'm sitting there at the counter. I'm like, what's up? My birthday. And then by the time she's 21 through 30. Because if you don't bring them up right, I'm gonna be with them on their birthday. I was at the mall with the little bro. We was in Victoria's Secret. Man, I'm sitting there at the counter. I'm like, what's up? She needs to get measured for a bra. She never been measured for.
No one tells this many jokes, and these are not even jokes. I don't even think.
She needs to be measured for a bra. That's not a joke. This is like a real life situation that he's talking about.
These are jokes for real. I don't even think these are jokes. These don't come off as jokes. But no one says this type of thing unless they are marinating these types of things in their heart. These are not jokes.
A bra, and she want to have the right size on instead of the Walmart bras. And the lady was like, oh, that is so sweet. Is this your daughter? I said, I'm standing up in this little bit.
Oh my.
He told the lady at the bra counter. The lady said, oh, that's so cute. That's your daughter? That's how young this girl was. That she is getting her first bra fitting with him. He's buying the bra. Okay. The lady says, oh, that's so cute. That's good you're doing this. Is that your daughter that you're like doing? Man, that's so sweet. No, he says, I'm standing up in this. I'm effing her and putting all his whatever into her. Right? Look at this. And then people are laughing. It's a joke, right?
Yeah.
And it wasn't a laugh when I said that. It wasn't a laugh. The lady looked like. I was like, I got a couple of dollars. I get to smash look cute young girls like this. They come from poverty. I'm standing up, Anna. Do you need a bro? It was my.
Now you mean
So he says, little young girls like this, I get to do this all the time. And just for a bra and some Scooby snacks, I'm standing up and do you need a bra, bitch? Has no respect for women.
tell me that grown men and grown women will go and sit and listen to him tell some jokes? This Z-list comedian should never be.
Like I
able
said,
to
the
tell
jokes fade after a while.
No way, no how. Listen to this. Check this out. Now, if anybody familiar with the Epstein files, right? If anybody familiar with the Epstein files, right? One of the clips is where he's talking about, it's crazy. One of the clips is where he's talking about they should make an Epstein Island movie. And he's asking, would his co-host watch it? Peep this. Peep this sickness.
Please keep this piece of tape for future references. I'm telling you now, when they go after me, they get dirt like a I'm here to tell you, they go through my computer, they're gonna be like, Corey, like, what else can I put out there?
Snacks.
I'm a big in the child. Check my browser, goddamn. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That woman is like at a point in her life where she is. It's just nobody likes to say shit like that in America because you can get in trouble for that. Epstein Island, that'd be a great movie. Yeah. What was happening on Epstein Island? So you telling me?
Oh my God, they weren't children. They were.
He said Epstein Island would be a great movie. Now, you know, the Epstein Island controversy, madness is about these people doing horrible things to children.
What do you mean? I said no, and I said
you wouldn't watch it if it was a movie. It ain't real.
I ain't watching.
Why don't you just flat out become a nature boy or something? Jesus Christ.
You watch it. No.
And no.
He's actually having a drawn out conversation with his co-host. I'm asking him, would he watch it? And he keep asking him, hoping that he is going to have some dialogue about watching an Epstein movie.
You won't watch it.
That's ridiculous. He knows what he's doing.
I know he knows. I know he knows. Yeah, I know he knows what he's doing.
Hold up. Let me.
I'm a big in the child. Big in the child. Like, what else can I put out there?
Snacks.
I'm a big in the child.
You hear what he said? He said big privates in a child.
That's what they said that he said will be on his computer if they found like his computer.
Why? Just be nature boy, folk. Just become a nature boy.
Type of behavior. You play it again.
Check my browser, guys.
He said,
in the child.
Check his browser.
In the child.
And they're laughing.
What's
fucking funny?
Check my browser, guys. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That woman is like at a point in her life where she is. It's just nobody likes to say shit like that in America because you can get in trouble for that. Epstein Island, that'd be a great movie.
Thank you, Zero.
What's happening on Epstein Island?
He said Epstein Island would be a great movie.
Oh, you telling me?
Oh my God, they weren't children. They were. There you go. Now you don't.
What do you mean? I said no, and I said
you wouldn't watch it if it was a movie. It ain't real.
I ain't watching.
He basically
DJ Genesis, I'm about to head out. I gotta take a shower and wash off this filth.
If I'm not mistaken, I think it was.
This is some filthy. This is some filthy, disgusting shit. And anybody in your audience or whoever is accepting this, This shame should be upon you. This is some disgusting shit. And I disown Corey from here on in. I disown everything. I'm gonna be burning. I'm going to burn his shirt. It's a bitch crib chilling out. I'm burning that shit. I don't even want to wear that shit anymore. And as far as Darlene is concerned, if you go back, for real, if you go back to this lane, forget everything that I said. Forget everything nice that I said. Forget everything nice that, you use a hoe. Use a hoe, for real. If you go back with this nigga. Oh, God. All right, thank you, Genesis.
Thank you for being here with me on this show because listen, it is wild. It's wild to hear Corey say that. He is literally 5150. You got to be crazy to follow that ninja. Yes, exactly. Corey is in big trouble. Exactly. So this is a roundup I did. It's a thing I did in my car where I was just like really pretty much talking about the whole Epstein, the AI situation, the whole thing that was going down, So let me just play this. How's it going, guys?
At the stop sign, turn left on.
And I'm sorry, you might hear a little bit of like rattling. Sometimes when I'm driving, my I gotta get like a better like phone holder because it like rattles. But I really want you to listen to what I'm saying here because a lot of time people focus on, oh, you're this, you're fat, you're that, whatever. It's like, bro, listen to what I'm saying though. Listen to the words I'm saying, okay?
To Clay Mathis Road.
I mean, with just me talking. It's one thing to hear me talk during this whole thing, but it's another thing to like say, hey, what's up, guys? You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I really wanted to really get into everything. I'm sorry, guys. It's one thing to talk about this Jeffrey Epstein thing and all the things that are going on and really not go into the spirit of it all. See, the veil is lifting. People are not going to be able to have all these shenanigans and wild ish going on without that stuff being revealed. Karma, all this stuff is starting to like kind of converge into a interesting timeline of things. People
at the next light, turn right.
Into all this weird behavior, it's time out for them. I believe that they have had their time to
at the light, turn right onto Faith on P. Lucas Senior Boulevard.
Be weirdos and do all this weird behavior and acting like all they're doing and victimizing people and just being weird. And I believe that I don't think that in this new timeline how things are going, that ain't that's not what's up anymore, It's one thing when you have all this, it's crazy when you look back on all this stuff. You see how P. Diddy at some point, everything was everybody was focused on P. Diddy. You hear, even Charleston White said, when P. Diddy was up for trial, honey, you heard all the wild stuff, but you see how these people are so secretive about it. They don't want it all coming out what they did. But when you actually hear what P. Diddy did, you're like, okay, it's some freaky stuff. People probably were appalled, but I believe that the stuff that's in those files, the stuff that was really going on, it would probably make P. Diddy look like Teddy Ruxpin. He would look like a teddy bear compared to the things that I'm sure that Epstein was doing, And I really think that we need to really pay attention to who we get in bed with. And you saw like that all this stuff, music industry, all this stuff had changed, and more and more with that, each time they come with. You think about who's at the top of this, who's even pushing this AI, trying to replace artists and stuff like that, trying to replace creativity and things like this. Creativity is something that's very innate in a lot of Black people. I believe that our people have some of the most creative minds, and you see how the people that are in power that kind of rule things or whatever, you see that they've been trying their hardest to keep creativity under control. And now they're at a point where they're trying to make it so
In
they don't
600
even need
feet
us
at the
anymore,
traffic circle,
you know?
take the first exit and stay on Faith on P. Lucas Sr. Boulevard.
They're trying to make it so that they don't need creative people like us anymore. People like content creators, people like artists, people like poets. All
Exit the
these
traffic
things.
circle onto Faith on P. Lucas
And what's
Sr.
happening
Boulevard.
is that even
Continue for 1.5
art,
miles.
even art. This is why, listen, AI be going hard when I'm trying to do this. Trying to tell me how to get somewhere. They be going hard, okay? So, you're seeing different ways where they're able to steal artistry, They found a way back in like Elvis's time, when you'd have black people in the barnyards and things like this singing the blues and this, that, the other, and then you'd have that one record label exec come into the barnyard and pull that person out that's singing at the juke joint and say, well, man, that sounds great. We need to record this. And they give them a recording contract, and then they look up and they hear their song on the radio, and it's a white bebop group or whatever they want to call themselves doing, remaking it, whitewashing it. And so now you have AI coming out, and what's AI doing? It's taking people's faces and people's voices and how they sound, and then making it so that you can just type a few words in, and you pretty much got exactly how a soul singer would sound. So it sounds like they've been trying to replace us for the longest, and they finally found a way through AI to be able to do it, and we are eating it up. We're so busy worrying about delineating that we don't even realize that the people that talk about that they're trying to tether off of us, it's not the very thing that we need to be worried about. Tariq Nasheed is always talking about tethering, right? But he uses AI in all his songs for root work. He uses AI videos to promote his products. And he doesn't even see that AI itself is a tether. It needs to be the foundational Black American.
At the next stop sign, turn left.
The foundational AI.
At the stop sign, turn left onto South Beltline
If
Road.
anything is going to be tethering and replacing and supplanting, it will be the very thing that he uses to make himself make his lives and everything. All the images he uses that are funny to like kind of promote what he's doing, right, is AI. He's using AI music for root work. He's using AI images for root work. He used to make fun of Myron Gaines with AI. And people don't even realize, hell, I got that introduction I have on my channel when I do a show. That's an AI, It sounds like a choir singing and everything. I was able to kind of pull the best thing I could out of it to make it sound how I wanted it to sound. But at the end of the day, like people divert people's attention away from the things that are really going to affect us. The reason why I find all this is interesting is like you have like Palantir and this AI, this whole revolution of AI and AI this and AI that. So our enemy is our enemy, the Caribbean immigrant, or is it the very thing that people that are like pointing the finger at everybody else and saying you guys are, well, that's over with. You tethering off of us. You're being a tether. You're replacing and supplanting. Well, what will happen when AI becomes the government? And now who's going to be replacing and supplanting? Once they're able to get all the music and everything and all of our information and all of our faces and our data and everything like that, using immigration and things like that as the scapegoat, as the reason why, what happens after that happens? When your face gets in that database and then they're able to like trace, okay, well, this person's an immigrant, this person's not, okay, we need to go after this person. When they finally get that Homeland Security thing number, when they get past the 51 million immigrants in America and then get them shipped off in the countries, Lord knows where, what will happen? And see, it's interesting, like how things are being shaped, because I think that they knew that these Epstein files were going to be coming out. So they had to have another way of being able to human traffic. They knew because everything on the black market, on the underground, and everything like this was operating smoothly. Texas is one of the this highway I'm about to get on is one of the largest human trafficking highways. It's 20 and 45 and all the 35, 45, all of it. One of the largest human trafficking highways come out of this area. Okay. Now that you have Epstein and all this like attention on this, I believe that there's going to be more attention on people that come up missing. People are going to be more vigilant about that, hyper vigilant. So what better way right before these things get released is to create a whole like hoopla about immigration and illegal immigrants, you know, and when you know that your supply that you normally would get because no one's really paying attention, but now you know that people are going to be now hyper focused on people that come up missing. When these files come out, if you make it about immigration, now you can make people disappear a lot easier because people will say, oh, they're immigrants, so who cares? And then it's weird because, like I said, right now they're focused on certain types of immigrants, you know, let it be Latino immigrants. But when they start to turn around and it's about like a Caribbean, how do you know a person that's Caribbean, American, you know, second generation or not?
At the next light,
you can tell Africans, they have a certain look to them, a certain accent. But, you know, a lot of like, and then when you start getting into Caribbeans, a lot of us look like Caribbeans. You know, that's where you get that mixture that happened during the slave trade, and that cut is a little harsher. You know, there's a little bit more of a cut on those people, just like Black Americans. So now you're gonna see. So I'm like, okay, we can sit up here and point the finger and say you're a tether and this, that, the other, and try to like not have any unity, but I think this is not the time right now when you see all this stuff
at the
coming
light,
out.
turn right onto I-20 frontage road. Then you'll use the left lane to take the I-20 west ramp.
You see this veil is being lifted so strong and so hard. Yeah, I think that we need to really pay attention to what's going on. So I think that you know, all this stuff it's coming out. I'm glad it's coming out as fast as it's coming out.
Use the left lane to take the I-20 west ramp. Then merge onto I-20 west.
I'm glad that things are being revealed in the way it's being revealed, you know. What else is going on, guys? You know, you have like Corey Holcomb. I think that they said that he was, I think he's going after O'Shea Duke Jackson. I'm not sure what that's about.
Continue on I-20 west for 3 miles.
You know, you have two different types of internet. You have like the celebrity gossip aspect of things, and then you have like the politics side of things. One of the weirdest things I came across is a guy named Loose Cannon and the saga that's going on with him and his girlfriend, or no, his ex-wife. And then I did, you know, when it comes to that, yeah, that's tethering.
Take exit 479A for US 175 west toward Dallas.
To make fake stories and then using Tasha K's name to promote, you know, your thing, to legitimize lies that you're putting out. You know, when it comes to that, yeah, that's tethering. Doing the wrong thing, yeah, okay, that is tethering. Definitely, you're using Tasha K's name in order to.
In half a mile, take exit 479A for US 175 west toward Dallas.
To make fake stories and then using Tasha K's name to promote, you know, your thing, to legitimize lies that you're putting out. You know, when it comes to that, yeah, that's tethering. Let's call a spade a spade. But when you're talking about art and music and
go past, you know, this first
people,
exit and take exit 479A.
Who made what, and hip hop was first, it was the Caribbeans and this, that, the other, and that's the whole thing is when we actually think about the tether part, I think that what happened is Tariq Nasheed, when he did his microphone check thing, I think that's also probably what separated ADOs from FBA, because at one point I think he was working with ADOs, but when he did his microphone check, and then you had the Puerto Ricans coming and saying that they was the first, and I think they tried to sue Tariq, and then his movie got taken off of Amazon because people were saying that the guy that he was using some of the art from sued him, and he had to redo. I think that pissed Tariq Nasheed off, and then that's where you get this whole FBA and the tethers and this, that, the other, you know? Because at one point he was using a Puerto Rican person, a so-called tethers artwork in his movie, and then all of a sudden, right after this microphone check thing happened, next thing you know, he was going hard against the Caribbeans and the Puerto Ricans and Haitians and everybody, you know? Because there were so many people, you know, the Jamaicans was there. People were fighting over hip-hop and who started it, this, that, the other. When the real battle is going to be, nobody's going to start, no one's going to know who started or ended. 10 years from now, when AI takes over all of music, no one's going to give a fuck who started it. No one's going to even know. When all these people like Kool Herc and all these, like, you know, different people, you know, pass on, no one's going to know and no one's going to care. It's going to, the whole objective is to basically they'll be able to rewrite history. That's what's interesting about this whole thing with Elon Musk talking about he plans on taking away social media and then making a phone so that the only thing that you have is AI and you just talk to AI and it delivers you the information that you want and this, that, the other, that's it. With AI characters, AI news people, AI everything. All you'll be watching AI. You're not gonna be watching human beings anymore. And further separating us from each other and being able to control information. Being able to control the narrative so hard. I mean, but I think it's very sick of a person want to have that much control over people. Like, what is going on? And then the people that want to control, I would not trust anything coming from Elon Musk. When I know that he is a person that was looking forward to trying to go on this island and probably do something to some kids, hell no, I don't want to buy none of his products. I don't want to buy no Tesla. I don't want no phone he got coming out. I don't want shit he got going on. I would not, and I'm hoping that he's not going to try to buy other, once he puts his phone out, try to buy out other phone companies or try to merge their operation systems. Who knows what kind of wild stuff that they got planned, y'all. But I mean, I want y'all to listen. Y'all don't need to y'all need to go back and watch all the things Elon Musk is saying. And if I was y'all, I would whatever he got coming out, any products, I wouldn't buy none of that shit. Because anything he's talking about, and then when you see that the people that are all involved with all this Epstein shit and how creepy and weird it is, I wouldn't want to buy none of their products. Anyone that is tied to this, I wouldn't support them whatsoever. I wouldn't buy no phone off of him. I wouldn't buy no car. We need to stand up as people and really think about what we're even getting, what we're involved in, y'all. What's being involved, you know? People trying to surveil everything. And, man, I'm not saying we need to I'm not trying to say we need to come, be on some old, weird. I'm not trying to get in trouble here, but I'm just saying is stand up with our money and what we buy and what we support financially, because we could be supporting our own demise because we want to have access. We want to, we want to be cool. We want to get the latest, have the latest, whatever. I wouldn't buy nothing off of Elon. They were talking about how the Grok, they just came out with a thing where they were looking at the Grok AI system. And honey, they found out that the Grok AI was able to show child pedophilia of AI. So now, then what happens with that? Because is that still corn at that point? Because if it's AI and it's not real, can you still get in trouble for it? Because it's not even a real child or whatever? Or is it the imagery, or how do we, will there be laws protecting just even the images of children, not just whether they're real or not, I don't know. Like that people are trying to find ways around stuff, and it's strange and weird. You know, we need to really protect our children. There's some lot of here's the thing. There's a whole generation of people. And I do believe, and I've been saying that they're after our children. They want our children because just like Reverend Woodbath says, is that what they want to do is get control of your children. They want to indoctrinate them, put them through a school system, and then pull out the people based on they give them an aptitude test and pull out the ones that they think are the best and get rid of the rest. And see, that what's scary about this is if China ever becomes like the superpower and above America, if you understand what the things that they got going on in China, they don't give a F. You don't want either Russia or China getting control of this whole thing because that is not what's up. We need to really be paying attention to China because shit. But yeah, I just wanted to get up on here, on my way to where I'm going to and just give a quick talk about what's really happening out here because this stuff is fucking weird, bro. A lot of weird ass stuff going on, Here and talk to y'all without like just the, it don't video every time with images. Like I know how to talk. I don't have to, please don't think that I need these other people to talk about what my opinion is. But trust me, I have an opinion. It's just that, a lot of times I'm trying to share the information, the data of everything because this stuff out here is wild. This stuff out here who's coming out with an album? You know what's so crazy right now? Is with all this crazy stuff going on. They had the Grammys. I didn't even know the Grammys was going on, child. It's so much crazy stuff that I didn't even know the Grammys. Regular people that's not really wrapped up in all this crazy stuff that's happening on the internet, honey, they was watching the Grammys. I didn't even know it was the Grammys. And I heard all this stuff about how Nicki Minaj was the guy Trevor Noah said that about Nicki Minaj and all this other stuff. And I'm like, what? Who said what? Like Trevor Noah? Like Trump is suing Trevor Noah for what he said on. Just no freedom of speech. Everybody just trying to take away all freedom of speech. But yeah. So that Nicki Minaj thing is going on. I might have to bring my friend Sabrina on to break that whole thing down later on when I come back, when I do the open panel, because there was something with Nicki Minaj going on and Trump and and she's talking about but then I think that Nicki was mentioned in the Epstein files, so I'm going to ask her about that. I mean, it's a lot going on, but here's the thing: who got an album coming out? Does anybody got an album coming out with all this weird stuff going on? Anybody got their album coming out right about now? I ain't heard nothing about no music or nothing, no creativity, nothing. I ain't heard nobody album coming out. All I hear is drama, people getting into it, people getting locked up, everything like that. I don't hear no creativity. I don't hear no new music coming out. I think last person I heard that had a new album was Cardi B.
In 600 feet, merge onto I-45 North.
I don't know. I think we need to think about
Continue
that.
on
Where's the
I-45
music
North for
at? Where's all the
1.5 miles.
creativity? Who got anything new coming out? Because that can say a lot. All this weird stuff going on, ain't no music, and that's what Republicans want. They don't like to have during Republican times. It ain't that much creativity going on. All that stuff doesn't get fostered as much. And you see more like of depression and wartime and this, that, the other, and zero creativity, and I think that creativity can be a pressure release valve for people, when you can actually hear some music that's going along with the times. Drake, I don't know if he's coming out with an album. We've been waiting on Drake's album, but I think that the whole Kendrick Lamar, you got to really think about what he's going to do. So we're going to see what artists come out with all this crazy stuff going on. What artist is going to dare to release an album? Listen, guys, I just want to come here and talk to y'all real quick and let y'all, get my little 2 cents because, there's a lot of weird stuff going on. It's one thing for me to just, like I said, just show images and show videos, but I can show my face and I can talk. I'm not afraid to come up and talk to y'all face
Take
to
your
face.
next slide left to stay on I-45 North.
You know, I just want to make sure y'all know that. I don't care how fat y'all say I am or whatever, my double chin, whatever. I mean, I'm so above what anybody thinks about me physically, that because I'm not here to be physically pleasing to the eye. Are you listening? Is your mind? Can you hear what I'm saying to you? You know what I'm saying? Don't worry about how I look and what
Take a slide left
think,
to stay on I-45 North.
Listen to what I'm saying. People need to like get past appearances and listen and start to use all your 5 senses and listen, and use your brain beyond just superficial. Because like I said, the veil is lifting, and the more the veil becomes apparent, a lot of secrets are going to get revealed. A lot of things that were hidden are no longer going to be hidden no more. And a lot of people are going to be in a lot of fucking trouble. You hear me? It's a lot of people that's fixing to be in trouble, y'all. And I'm here for it.
In half a mile, take exit 285 for Bryan Street.
All right. Much love, guys. I appreciate your time. I'm in downtown. Look at downtown Dallas. Look how beautiful it looks. It's so pretty cool, huh? Look at downtown. Look at that. Anyways, guys, I'm out of here.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah. See if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place.